Section 38 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ainsley Day. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Hospitals. Regarding women's work in connection with the hospitals of America, I have not been able to procure definite statistics. From the article Care of the Sick by Edna Dow Cheney in Women's Work in America, I have covered the following items. New York Infirmary established in 1857. Women's Hospital, 1860. New England Hospital for Women and Children, 1862. Chicago Hospital for Women and Children, 1865. Pacific Dispensary and Hospital for Women and Children. Ohio Hospital, Northern Western Hospital, Minneapolis. All provide clinical instruction for women. The hospital in Chicago, like other promising children of the East, transplanted to the West, has outgrown its parents, and is now the largest institution of its kind in this country and probably in the world. It has 80 beds. Among other hospitals where women are admitted as professors and students may be mentioned the Massachusetts Homeopathic Hospital, St. Luke's Hospital Association in Jacksonville, the Women's Homeopathic Association of Pennsylvania, the Philadelphia Home for Incurables, the Home of Mercy in Pittsfield, and the Fletcher Hospital in Burlington, which was planned and endowed by Miss Mary Fletcher. In the report of the Government Bureau of Education in 1889, the number of training schools for nurses in the United States was stated as 33, number of instructors 260, number of pupils 1,248, of which 956 were women. Regarding the societies formed by women for supplying nurses to sick poor, the following statement was taken from Women's Work in America. In New York City, the Women's Branch of the New York City Mission sends out 5 nurses among the poor. These nurses have all had a full course of training at some hospital. This mission claims to be the first society in America to have introduced trained nurses in its work. The Department of United Relief Works of the Society of Ethical Culture, organized in 1879, furnishes nurses to Tenement and New York dispensaries. During the year 1888 to 1889, these nurses paid on an average 2,800 visits to about 700 patients, including all diseases, even of the most infectious nature and quite irrespective of creed and nationality. The Sinai Training School supplies at its own expense, being at present a separate organization from the hospital. From among its nurses not yet graduated, but experienced in hospital training, a nurse who administers to sick irrespective of creed, nationality, or disease, under the direction of physicians. The Order of Diaconesses in the various cities also acts in the capacity of nurse. One has only to inquire into the work of women in any one of the large cities of the United States, in connection with charitable and Christian institutions, to form a very correct estimate of the important part taken by women in the organization and support of these philanthropic enterprises. In the hospitals, orphan asylums, day nurseries, retreats, various homes for the aged, and like benevolent philanthropies, every city can bear its vivid testimony to the efficient labors of women. If one could secure the statistics of the many munificent gifts of women to these institutions, the generous sum would doubtless be surprising. Now and then some item is recorded, such as the contribution of Miss Mary Elizabeth Garrett of Baltimore to Johns Hopkins University, whose donation has reached the figure of $3,054 and $764.50, which makes up the amount of $5,100 needed to open the medical school, to which women shall be admitted on equal terms with men. It is estimated that in the United States the annual expenditure for public charitable institutions is fully $125 million, and not less than $500 million is invested in buildings and equipment for carrying on the work of these institutions. In this estimate, no account is taken of penitentiaries and jails. It is estimated that church property in the United States, which in 1850 amounted to $87 million, in 1890 reached $631 million. We give these figures not as items regarding women's special work, but to show the grand advance of Christian and philanthropic institutions in the United States. The following account of the founding of several of the New York hospitals has been kindly furnished by Miss Helen Everson Smith of Brooklyn. The earliest hospital in America for women is the New York Asylum for Lying-in Women, established in 1822, incorporated in 1829, and still continuing its good work at 2nd Avenue, New York City. We have not been able to learn the names of its founders, but they were all women, and the asylum has always been governed solely by women. It was designed for poor married women who often suffer terribly in their homes for want of proper comforts, care, and medical attendance. The hospital is small, but during its 69 years of life, it has had more than 5,500 cases of confinement within its walls, and extended medical service and other aid to nearly 20,000 out-of-door cases. Another hospital along the same line, but with broader aims, is the Sloan Maternity Hospital at the corner of 59th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. This hospital was built by Mr. William D. Sloan at a cost of $225,000 and endowed by his wife, a daughter of Mr. William H. Vanderbilt, with a fund of $250,000, which enables all of its 45 beds to be free. In the 5 years of its existence, nearly 200,500 confinements have taken place within its walls, and only 13 deaths have occurred from all causes. It is a feature of this institution that no questions shall be asked of any who seeks its aid. But the crowning glory of the work of American women in connection with hospitals is the Women's Hospital in the state of New York. Not only was it the first public hospital established in the world solely for the diseases peculiar to women, but had it not been for the labors and influence of a few noble women, its first breath could never have been drawn. To relate the struggles of late Dr. J. Marion Sims, whose memory all women should cherish, before he obtained the aid of the woman referred to, would be foreign to our purpose. Neither can we even mention the names of many of the women who made success possible to him. Only one of the first board of managers is now living, Miss Charles Abernethy, then Miss Alicia Peck. She has continued tirelessly active in the work during all of the years of bad and good fortune since 1855. She now rejoices in seeing the hospital, when she once knew to be often in want of money to provide the daily meals for its patrons and officers, one of the most nobly endowed of similar institutions. The two other women whose zeal and influence were of highest importance to the embryo hospital were Miss Thomas C. Dormius, a full sketch of whom will be found elsewhere, and Miss David Cadwise. In many characteristics these women differed wildly, but they felt the highest esteem for each other, and both were mentally and physically magnificent women even to their latest days. While Miss Dormius was in the thick of the battle, looking after the housekeeping, sometimes putting her own hands to needed work, and encouraging both doctors and patients, Miss Cadwise was equally busy gathering in the munitions of war, beating the woods for recruits, and fairly compelling the money of the rich and the influence of the powerful. Not only was she principal spokesman of committees appointed to wait upon the aldermen of the city of New York, but she privately visited each at his own residence, that she might secure his pledge to vote for the donation of the site on which the hospital now stands, then the Potter's Field. After this, it was necessary to secure the consent of the legislature to permit New York City to give away its own land. Again and again did Miss Cadwise, then a woman of 60 years of age, and feeble, go with other ladies to Albany to obtain this consent. A gentleman who was a member of the Assembly during this time has said that, while other women could be refused or put off, the tactics of Miss Cadwise were irresistible. Her combined beauty and eloquence, and the magnetic warmth of her generous sympathy, would have moved a stone. Miss Cadwise was a daughter of Gilbert R. Livingston of Red Hook, New York, connected by birth and marriage with all of those of highest social position in New York City, and by sympathy and natural affiliation with all of the best and most philanthropic men and women of that city. Miss Cadwise was a great power for good in her day. As her whole life was one unceasing giving to public and private charities, she had not money to bequeath, and so keep her name in remembrance, and she left no descendants. But there are many institutions which in their beginnings were indebted to her efforts, and even today there are many persons who are glad to say, "We owe our first start in life, or our first impulse to do good, to Miss Cadwise." The work of these noble New York women has been repeated in the history of the numerous charitable institutions throughout our land, and the names mentioned stand only as representatives of a host of equally self-sacrificing women, whose concentrated lives have planted the seeds of living efforts which have at length grown into the golden harvest fields of today. yielding their hundredfold of precious fruit. Regarding the various homes for the aged, children, and needy, it is stated in Women's Work in America. The homes for the aged in our cities are many of them established by the churches for their dependent members. Of homes for convalescents and incurables there are very few. There is a small home for incurables in Boston, founded by a young Roman Catholic Irish woman who earned all her daily bread by hairdressing, and who for 4 years had given all her spare time and money to the care of one dying girl after another until she was enabled, by the help of her friends for whom she worked, to open the Channing home, which from that time to this, now long after her death, has been a refuge for poor consumptive girls and crippled women. The homes for children, which abound in almost every part of the country, have all had their growth in less than 90 years. The very first one established being the Boston Female Asylum, opened in 1800 and incorporated in 1803. Established by a woman whose granddaughters and great-granddaughters are now numbered among the managers. From the report of the Bureau of Education for 1888 to 89, I have gathered the following. The number of women teachers in the institutions for the deaf in the United States was 362. Number of girl pupils in these charitable institutions, 3,521. Number of institutions for the blind in the United States, 33. Number of women teachers, 202. Number of blind girls in these institutions, 1,330. Number of institutions for the feeble-minded in the United States, 26. Number of women teachers, 126. Number of girl pupils, 1,474. The statistics of the reform schools of the United States are number of schools, 50. Number of women teachers, 539. Number of girls in these reform schools, 3,063. Mission School of Cookery and Housework and Other Industrial Schools. Miss Anna Lowell Woodbury of Washington established the first mission school of cookery and housework in the United States in 1879, and carried it on at her own expense for a number of years. Miss Woodbury organized the school for the purpose of improving the home life of the poor. The mission school in Washington has given instruction to over 1,000 girls, both white and colored. Miss Woodbury also prepared the way for the introduction of instruction in cooking in the public schools. In consequence of the wide interest taken in this charity and the many letters received from all parts of the country asking for information regarding such mission schools, an industrial association was formed in 1883 with an executive committee in Washington, of which Miss Woodbury is chairman. This National Industrial Association, known now as the District of Columbia Industrial Association, has done a good work in establishing schools of cookery and encouraging manual training in the public schools. As stated in the report of the Executive Committee, the object of the Mission School of Cookery and Housework is to supply a means of education to the poor, which will enable them to improve their homes and mode of life, and thus benefit their health and diminish the temptation to intemperance, while it also awakens in them an ambition to become self-supporting members of society. In the free mission cooking schools, the pupils are taught how to make bread and some kind of cakes and desserts, how to cook meats, vegetables, soups, and breakfast dishes. So many desiring a cooking school for ladies who could afford to pay for their own or their cook's tuition, such a branch paid school was established in connection with the free mission schools. The receipts from the source helped to provide funds for the free schools. In the autumn of 1861, Miss Woodbury, with other New England ladies, organized the Union Hall Association of Boston, which was formed to give employment to the wives of the volunteer soldiers. These ladies took large contracts of clothing at the government price and obtained contributions of money which enabled them to give regulated wages to the sewing women. Over 700 women were employed by this association the first year, and more than 70,000 garments of different kinds were made by these needy wives of soldiers. Out of 70,000 garments given out, only 72 articles were lost. Among the ladies entrusted with Miss Woodbury in the Union Hall Association were Miss Oliver Wendell Holmes, Miss James T. Fields, and others. Later, during the war, Miss Woodbury helped to organize and personally manage the special diet kitchen in connection with the Armory Square Hospital, Washington. After the war, Miss Woodbury, with Miss Annie Butterick, Miss Mary Felton, and Miss Annette Rogers, organized the Howard Industrial School in Cambridge in 1865. This school received and provided for several hundred colored people sent north by Charles Howard and S.C. Armstrong. This was one of the earliest industrial schools and exerted a wide influence. Situations were found in northern families for the colored women, while the girls and children were kept in the school, and they were instructed in reading, writing, cooking, sewing, and household work. The school continued for 3 years, taking in over 300 women and children. The following account of some of the methods employed in industrial schools is from an article written by Annie Isabel Willis. A novel sewing school. Unique methods employed in teaching needlework to girls. In the heart of the east side of New York is a big plain building over whose door is the sign, Wilson Industrial School for Girls. Here, Miss Emily Huntington's famous kitchen garden, the system of teaching housework by means of toys, was first put into operation. But in a room up one flight from where these alluring housework games are played is an apartment where the girls meet to learn to sew. Of course, sewing is not as attractive as playing with tiny dishpans and wash tubs and dishes, but here, as below, the work is made as pleasant as possible. A class of children from 8 to 10 years is just entering. They rapidly seat themselves in low chairs around low, broad tables, and monitors bring out bundles of work. Each bundle is marked with a tiny thimble bag pinned to it, on which is the owner's name. Thimbles, needles, thread, and material are furnished, and the children pay the penalty for any loss of their sewing apparatus. How? By marks, to be sure. It would not do to impose money fines on these poorly dressed youngsters whose braids are often tied with rags. But marks are serious things to them, because their credits earn the clothing they sew on, which demerits cancel credits. It takes a good many credits to earn a dress, but it is often done. Next in price is a clear garment designed to utilize the patchwork liso with which overhanding has been taught. A lot of the blocks are sewed together to form a double skirt, which is lined with cotton, wadding, quilted, and given a stout waist or band. They are not pretty, of course, but are very warm. Miss Kirkwood, the head of the sewing classes, has devised a way to teach sewing by copy. It is called the School Sewing Practice Cloth, and is intended for this purpose as a copybook is intended to teach writing. About a yard of white cotton cloth is stamped with all of the plain stitches, hemming, running, filling, even buttonhole work, and 1 or 2 fancy stitches. When a child has lesson by lesson sewed over these copy stitches, she is allowed to set them without a copy in plain garments. A sewing primer, which lies on Miss Kirkwood's table, has lessons in question and answers about their work and its materials. Occasionally, between questions and inspection of work, the teacher breaks down into a song of which the primer is full. Instantly, all the childish voices strike in, and how they enjoy it while their fingers fly. One is inclined to believe that there never would have been so many rebellious hours spent in learning to sew. The children of the past had known such jolly songs as these, or had sung those they knew. Could anyone sew slowly while stitching a robe for a baby? O swift flying needles, stitching to song, through muslin and linen speed you along. So much is to do, quick must you be, work shall be well done by you and me. A prime favorite is one sung to the tune of O Susanna, always given with great enthusiasm. Its chorus is, Oh my sewing, that's the work for me. I just can have the nicest time with sewing on my knee. Dorothy Lindy Dix. Here is a woman who, as the founder of vast and enduring institutions of mercy in America and Europe, has simply no peer in the annals of Protestantism. To find her parallel in this respect, it is necessary to go back to the lives of such memorable Roman Catholic women as Teresa of Spain or Santa Chiara of Assisi, and to the amazing work they did in founding throughout Europe Christendom great conventual establishments. In the early days of the 19th century, there was born in the town of Hampton, me, a little girl, who was given the old-fashioned name of Dorothy. Her father was Dr. Dix, a physician who died while his daughter was yet in her teens and left his family but a slender income. Dorothy was obliged to support herself, and she removed to Boston to open a girls' school, which she continued to conduct until 1830, when, upon the death of a relative, she inherited sufficient property to relieve her from the necessity of daily toil. She disliked to be talked about, even in praise, and the records of her life are few, but the light that she lit and left burning cannot be handed under a bushel, and it is today a shining example of the blessing that one good life can be to the world. In her youth, Miss Dix had become deeply interested in the condition and needs of criminals, lunatics, and paupers, an interest that had grown and developed, and when the hour came for a laborer to go into the field, that was ripe for the work. When she was a little girl, she had one day heard two men on the street telling of and deploring a great wrong, which they did not see a way to overcome, and in later years, when she was able to aid humanity, it was to this cause she turned her attention and gave her heroic life work. To fully realize what she has done for her country, it is important to remember the exact state of things prevailing in New England 50 years ago. The powerful system of Catholicism, which has the religion of the majority of New Englanders at that time, had produced many fine results, but along with these it had the tendency to narrow and harden and almost exterminate the tender and compassionate qualities of human nature. And as the righteous wrath of God was more preached than his love, the people cultivated and approved in themselves the severity they worshipped in their deity. The prisoner, an outcast from the heart of God, became equally an outcast from the heart of society. The little he might be called on to suffer in the jail from mouldy bread and filthy water, from foul air and swarming vermin, seemed so as nothing in comparison with the awful fate awaiting him in eternity, as scarcely to be worthy of consideration, nor was it particularly different with the view taken of the condition of the actually insane. Nay, in certain respects it was worse. The terrible superstitions of the Middle Ages, which had always sought to explain the insanity in the idea of diabolic possession, as seen in its frenzies of mortification, filthiness, and blasphemy, simply the masterpiece of Satan, still hung like a lurid cloud over the human mind. This was the thought that Miss Dix met and conquered, leaving us in its stead, as the poet Whittier gracefully wrote her, "Mountains in the desert of human suffering, you, to use the scripture phrase, have passed over the dry valley of Baca, making it a well." She was a philanthropist in every sense of the word, in sympathy of thought and word and deed. She visited prisons, insane asylums, and almshouses in almost every state of the Union, seeking out the suffering, often herself instructing the convicts and making their existence in whatever way was possible more endurable. In every way she used her efforts to relieve the unfortunate and wretched. Her endeavors forwarded the establishment of lunatic asylums in New York, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and other states, and for her untiring perseverance a bill was passed by Congress in 1854 appropriating 10 million acres of public lands to endow hospitals for the indigent insane. This bill was vetoed by President Pearson. At the outbreak of the Civil War, when the need arose for women nurses, Miss Dix was first at the front. She was appointed by the Secretary of War, superintendent at the female nurses, a place of influence and opportunity for work. Long experience and ability enabled her to use wisely. She held this position until the close of the war, and then returned to the work of ameliorating the sufferings of the insane, a work to which she gave her heart and mind, and every effort of an industrious, heroic life, a work that today praises her in the gates and for which thousands, who do not even know her name, should call her blessed. Her self-sacrifice and devotion to the cause of bettering the condition and lessening the sufferings of her fellow men should give her a place in history and in our hearts and memories. The simple praise, once written by an Englishwoman of perseverance, may with truth and justice be said of Dorothy Dix. Wherever she has stood, there has been the standard of goodness, the headquarters of honor and purity. End of section 38.
Section 39 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CyndaJM. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Two Women Whom I Have Known by Mrs. Charles Henrotin. There is no place more favorable to the development of originality than a young and prosperous city, and the subsequent social life of such a city is molded by the strong and original natures which destiny decrees shall be the motive power of social life. Many of the Western cities have been extremely fortunate in the force of character and the intellectual ability of their first settlers, and the two women whom I have known influenced young and growing communities by their intellectuality and their executive ability. These two women are not comparable with each other, being as widely dissimilar in tastes, in training, and in character as two human beings can possibly be. Both of them died young, and both died in Chicago. The first, Mrs. Kate Newen Dodgett, was an Eastern woman born in Charlotte, Vermont in 1827. Her early life, through no fault of her own, was a very sad one, and in 1855 she left the East and came to Chicago, where she had obtained a position as teacher in the public schools. The following year she was married to Mr. William E. Dodgett, a wealthy and intelligent merchant of the city, and until his death in March of 1876, their life was an ideal one, as they possessed wealth, health, and many friends. Mr. and Mrs. Dodgett were also peculiarly suited to each other. He was generous, brave, and patient, she impulsive and sympathetic. In fact, one might almost characterize her as possessing the fanaticism of sympathy. In the full tide of prosperity, in the best years of her life, while love, health, joy, and wealth were hers, she opened her heart to every appeal for aid in furthering the physical, moral, and educational good of the world. No institution of learning, either of art or science, in their young city appealed to Mr. and Mrs. Dodgett in vain. Their sympathy was ever active, and their purse open to establish every movement which tended to elevate Chicago. Their hospitality was boundless. Not only were the favored of fortune bidden to enter their home, but the friendless and stranger also. Mrs. Dodgett's ambition as a social leader, and she was ambitious, was not to limit the circle of our friends within the smallest possible compass, but to so expand it that it should embrace everyone with whom she had a bond of sympathy or intellectual companionship. And her home was the center in which were formed many intellectual friendships which have continued to this day. The possession of such a social leader was the greatest boon to Chicago. It prevented society from crystallizing into narrow conventionality. Mrs. Dodgett was the founder of the Chicago Fortnightly, a club known over the length and breadth of this country. It is said that Mrs. Dodgett founded the Fortnightly to further the cause of suffrage. 20 years ago, that cause was unpopular and compromising. Both men and women looked askance upon any movement which would bring the latter out of their seclusion into a semi-public position, while women of a certain social caste were the first to declare that they had all the rights they desired. But Mrs. Dodgett was so large-brained and large-hearted that she saw outside of her own happy home, down into those of the masses, where nothing is so cheap as womanhood, and many struggle, discouraged and weary, bearing burdens not their own, laboring against social and legal inequalities. And with all the passion of which her intense nature was possessed, she threw herself into the breach for her sisters, her ringing words awakening in the hearts of many women the conviction that their own peaceful lot was the exception and not the rule. No woman fighting against her fate ever went to her in vain for sympathy and assistance. Mrs. Dodgett's intellectual attainments were in many respects remarkable. She mastered all branches of study with rapidity, and was also preeminently endowed with the faculty of memory. Her vast and accurate knowledge was always available, thus rendering her a brilliant conversationalist. Her mind was better adapted to science than to any other branch of knowledge, and it is greatly to be regretted that during her days of health and strength she did not edit her work on the flora of the West. But in those days she was too much absorbed in the practical to give any consideration to her future literary reputation. However, she found time to translate Charles Blanc's Grammar of Painting, which has become a standard work in art literature. After Mr. Dodgett's death, she retired from the world, and the same disease attacked her from which her husband had died, consumption. Mr. Dodgett's death seemed to sap the life out of this brilliant and apparently self-poised woman. She literally never held up her head again, and after having carried herself so bravely, she gave up life and all its interests. At the time of her death, the work in which she had been specially engaged in connection with Chicago Academy of Science and the University of Chicago appeared to have come to naught. The Great Fire had destroyed the collections of the Academy, many of which had been collected and cataloged by Mrs. Dodgett herself. The university had practically failed, and in that last hour of loneliness, looking backward over a busy life, she must have felt the bitterness of defeat. But the great ideas which she fostered and nourished are now assured facts. The Academy of Science is revived and is to find a permanent home in Lincoln Park, while the University of Chicago has taken its place among the higher institutions of learning in the United States. Mrs. Dodgett died in March 1884, leaving the world the poorer in that so valiant a soul had taken its flight from among the children of men. The city of Chicago owes to her a debt of gratitude which it will never pay, for her services were of that order which do not speak in massive buildings and great possessions, in a word, in the material splendor of achievements, but was rather the impulse given to a young and growing society towards intellectuality, spirituality, and liberty, which will make for the city on the lakes a name and place. Mrs. Martha Ritchie Simpson. Anyone approaching to middle life in recalling the people they have known cannot but be impressed with the small number of whom the memory retains a vivid recollection. Mrs. Simpson was of the rare class that, having once seen, you never forget. A tall, large, stately woman, dressed in flowing garments invariably made of one pattern, her hair brushed smoothly on her forehead, as was the style 20 years ago, speaking slowly and with a beautiful voice, she has remained to me the most powerful personality I have ever met. She was the daughter of Mr. Archibald Ritchie, who early in life moved with his family to California, and afterward went to China, where the family resided for several years. On returning to California, Mr. Ritchie established himself permanently in San Francisco and gradually accumulated a large fortune. He was found dead on the road which connected two of his ranches, evidently murdered. By whom and for what purpose will remain one of the unsolved mysteries of which so many cluster around the remarkable men who first settled California. At her father's death, Mrs. Simpson was just 17 years of age and had been the object of his greatest care and solicitude. I have seen letters which he wrote to his wife before she joined him in China, in which he urged her to be especially careful in the training and education of this brilliant little daughter. He constantly spoke of her in this wise: I foresee, my dear, that Martha will be a remarkable woman. Under wise and kind guidance, she is destined to be a George Eliot or George Sand of this continent. And he was not mistaken, for this little daughter was endowed at her birth by the fairy goddess of intellectuality. The great misfortune of her life was the death of this wise and tender father, for she possessed a weakness in her character, which, to overcome, needed the spur of constant guidance. She was fatally indolent, utterly lacking in that divine ambition without which no character is complete and no person attains any great achievement. At the age of 17, this girl found herself a reigning belle, with wealth at her command and thrown into the most original society which American conditions of life have ever produced. She loved people, was generous as a queen, prodigal of her time. In a word, she allowed people to engross her. When about 22 years of age, she was married to General Simpson of the United States Army, who was ordered at the commencement of the war to Washington, and here, during the stormy days which followed the outbreak of the rebellion, she was a notable character. I have often heard her lament the lack of concentration prevented her from keeping a diary during those important 4 years while she resided in that city. She knew everyone, and everyone knew her. She was the center of attraction wherever she appeared. She was brilliant as a conversationalist, her wit being so keen that by a few words she would characterize an individual in such a manner that that characterization forever lingered in the mind of her hearers. As she grew older, and the fatigue of life overtook her, she became very merciful in this respect, and never directed her wit against a kindly or simple nature. Wherever she went, she had devoted friends and bitter enemies, as was inevitable. Her originality was too striking not to rub against the personality of others. A little after the war, General and Mrs. Simpson returned to the Pacific Coast and took up their residence in San Francisco, where Mrs. Simpson remained for many years a distinct power in that wonderful city. She occupied her time in keeping up a large circle of friends as advisor to men in business, frequently trading in stocks herself, and as the dispenser of royal hospitality. She had no faith in charitable work as such, but constantly gave to individuals pecuniary assistance, and always her time and attention. And no matter how great the sinner or how grievous the sin, she never despaired of their final restoration. Mrs. Simpson was especially interested in women and their struggles for livelihood. She was constantly thinking out new schemes for placing women in position where they would be financially independent. She originated more brilliant projects than any person ever heard of, and only her lack of concentration prevented her from carrying them out. About 10 years ago, General and Mrs. Simpson came to Chicago. The former having been ordered to that post, they bought a place at Winnetka, on the lake shore, where gathered about them a charming society. Her father's prophecy of her when so young that she would be the George Sand of this country was strangely prophetic. The later days of her life depended her resemblance to that remarkable Frenchwoman, for like her, Mrs. Simpson became enamored of the country. It was as if she had discovered a new creation, and she a first discoverer. She became passionately devoted to her country home. Truly, every nook and corner, apparently grateful for her devoted love, blossomed into beauty. Ingleside, the name of her place, became a proverb all along the North Shore, which she did so much to beautify. During the autumn months, when driving about through the country, she would take packages of seeds of the hardier growth and descend from her carriage. She or her son Alan, by whom she was always accompanied, would plant the seeds so that for miles about Winnetka, the woods and byways testified to her love. This dear son, even more richly endowed with genius than his mother, survived her but a year, being 18 years old when he died, having just entered Harvard. The life of these two was a poem, and her absorbing love for her son interfered with her literary labors, as she threw her whole heart and soul into his education and lived and breathed in his presence. This son wrote to me a few months after his mother's death the following letter. This boy was but 17 at the time of writing. In considering my mother's character, I always think of her as being first and thoroughly an individual, and after that a well-born lady. These are conflicting characteristics with the radical independence of the one and the conservatism of the other. She made many mistakes, but as James says, they were generous mistakes. She was very courageous, and when she made a mistake, never for an instant shirked the consequences, but bravely endured whatever her action entailed upon herself. I never once heard her give voice to the slightest wail or the least craving for sympathy, and yet no one knew better than I of the hurts, the trials, the years of misery which she endured so heroically. I cannot tell you this in words strong enough to do her justice. She has always been wonderful to me, and as I grow older and see clearer, my surprise and admiration increase. There never is a day but what I think of her thousands of times, and always with deepest love and bitterest regret. Had she lived, I might have been the source of happiness to her, and yet at other times I feel that the quiet contentment which comes to mediocrity would always have been denied her. She would always have suffered from the unrest, the weariness, the yearning that comes with genius. I feel that I cannot make my meaning quite clear, but I loved her so dearly that I can form no opinion of her character, nor would I if I could. She was all and more than enough to me, and I shall remain to my death her loving and loyal son. Mrs. Simpson wrote some wonderful letters. The extracts of one or two, which it has been my privilege to receive from her, I give in closing. She writes thus of a great labor leader whom she met at my house. It takes much to thrill me, but I felt genuine emotion when I listened to that man's electric talk. I could only think of Prometheus Bound. A great soul forever fettered shines out of those eagle eyes. His want of training and early education will prevent him from gaining fame or fortune by means of his pen. He is now too old to educate himself, even were the opportunity afforded him. Some day, perhaps, we may see a little way into the darkness and understand the why and wherefore of much that is now so mysterious. I have little so-called religion, but great curiosity as to the method and reasoning of the law that rules the universe. As we drove home last evening through the beautiful night, the planets and constellations were most brilliant. As I have done 100 times before, I looked up at the star-gemmed arch above me and wondered not at it, but why I existed. The great North Star shone strong and bright as it did the first night after creation. There seemed such method in it all, such an eternity of argument, but I am dumb and blind, not strong enough in any perception to grasp the slightest clue to this wonderful mystery. I had that man in mind as provoking cause of speculation. How curious that he, with a soul full of lofty aspirations, noble impressions, and sincerity, should be a prisoner in the low places of the earth, almost in the very slough of despond. But the ferment is work, as Carlyle expressed it. Those who will not see in the light will be forced to see by the lightning. Some day, the enigmas of life will be solved. You and I will not be at the new dawn, but it is coming. All the air is full of inarticulate but passionate murmurs, which will settle into speech most eloquent when the time is ripe for men to understand. The mountain of error will vanish. The sterile deserts of selfishness will be inundated before that good day is on us. That will force daylight into dark places. A few weeks before Mrs. Simpson's death, in the last letter I ever received from her, she thus wrote, "I doubt if you know how much genuine kindness means to me just now. I am not afraid. I am not cast down. But I am tender and sore, and so helped by the sympathy of friends. No one deserves to live who is afraid to die, but as death approaches, there comes also a physical longing for kindness and calmness. That kindness which says, 'I am with you. I cannot help you, but I will walk at your side until we come to the very verge of that dark river where our separation is inevitable. I know you are with me, and I thank you.'" End of section 39.
Section 40 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Women in Professions, Business and Trade. Women in Medicine by Mary Putnam Jacobi, M.D. The history of the movement for introducing women into the full practice of the medical profession is one of the most interesting of modern times. This movement has already achieved much, and far more than is often supposed. Yet the interest lies even less in what has been so far achieved than in the opposition which has been encountered. In the nature of this opposition, in the pretexts on which it has been sustained, and in the reasonings, more or less disingenuous, by which it has claimed its justification. The history, therefore, is a record not more of fact than opinion, and the opinions expressed have often been so grave and solid in appearance, yet proved so frivolous and empty in view of the subsequent event, that their history is not unworthy careful consideration among that of other solemn follies of mankind. In Europe, the admission of women to the profession of medicine has been widely opposed because of disbelief in their intellectual capacity. In America, it is less often permitted to doubt, out loud, the intellectual capacity of women. The controversy has therefore been shifted to the entirely different ground of decorum. At the very outset, however, two rival decorums confronted each other. The same centuries of tradition, which had officially reserved the practice of medicine for men, had assigned to women the exclusive control of the practice of midwifery, which they held until late in the 18th century. The history of medical women in the United States may be divided into 7 periods as follows. First, the colonial period of exclusively female midwifery. Second, the period of the Revolution and the years immediately preceding and following. During this period male physicians made rapid strides in advancement, but they harshly thrust out all females, even from their work as accoucheurs. The third period was one of reaction. In 1848, a Boston gentleman, Mr. Samuel Gregory, began to protest against the innovation of male midwives. The arguments then used against the intrusion of men into midwifery were similar to those subsequently used against the admission of women to medicine, arguments namely based upon considerations of modesty and decency. The fourth period began in Boston with the opening of a school of medicine, so called by Mr. Gregory, November 1848. It maintained a precarious existence until 1874, when it was absorbed into the medical department of the Boston University. By this time, two schools had been started in Philadelphia. One, the Penn Medical School, was soon extinguished. The other, the now flourishing Woman's Medical College of Pennsylvania, was founded in 1850. It was during this fourth period that the first women appeared who demanded the opportunity to be educated as full physicians. These were Harriet K. Hunt of Boston, to whom the Harvard Medical College refused admittance, Elizabeth and Emily Blackwell of Ohio, Marie Zaksarwiska from Germany, Anne Preston, a Quaker lady of Philadelphia, Sarah Adamson, now Mrs. Dolly of Rochester, and Mrs. Gleason of Elmira. It was by sheer force of intellect that Elizabeth Blackwell divined for women the suitability of an occupation whose practical details were to herself distasteful. Among all the pioneer group of women physicians, hers chiefly deserves to be called the record of an heroic life. She applied at 12 medical schools to be admitted as a student, and at last, by a vote of the students, she was received at the school at Geneva, New York, where she graduated in 1849. After a 5-year study in America and Europe, Dr. Blackwell settled in New York and opened a little dispensary for women and children, which was gradually developed into the New York Infirmary. This was chartered in 1854 and thus preceded by a year the Woman's Hospital, founded by Marion Sims. The Blackwells founded the infirmary especially to secure for women physicians the hospital facilities elsewhere denied them. It was the first institution of the kind in the world. Anne Preston worked to raise the funds for establishing a medical school for women at Philadelphia. In this school she was early appointed professor of physiology. Marie Zaksarwiska served as a physician for a year in the New York Infirmary, was thence invited to lecture on midwifery at the Female Medical School at Boston, was finally summoned to build up the New England Hospital, which for many years was almost identified by her name. Of the remaining typical members of the pioneer group of women physicians, all were married, either already upon beginning their studies or immediately after obtaining a diploma to practice. These four were Miss Adamson, niece of Dr. Hiram Corson, and now Dr. Dolly of Rochester; Mrs. Gleason, the venerable chief of the sanitarium at Elmira; Mrs. Thomas, and Mrs. Hannah Dangshore of Philadelphia. The married women physicians of the West, with protection and sympathy at home, and encountering abroad only a good-natured laxity of prejudice, were in a favored position compared with their colleagues in Philadelphia, Boston, and New York. In 1859, Elizabeth Blackwell estimated that about 300 women had managed to graduate somewhere in medicine, but in all the schools where they gained admission, including those founded especially for them at Boston and Philadelphia, the instruction was entirely inadequate. "It is not," said Elizabeth Blackwell at this time, "until these students leave college and attempt their work alone and unaided, that they realize how utterly insufficient their education is to enable them to acquire and support the standing of a physician." Thus this fourth period in the history of women physicians, to which belong the early careers of the pioneers in the movement, must nevertheless be considered as a sort of pre-medical episode, analogous in many respects to that of the entire medical profession in America before the Revolutionary War. The fifth period for women physicians began with the founding of hospitals where they could obtain clinical training. Between 1857 and 1882, 6 hospitals for women and conducted by women physicians were established. These were, in chronological order, the New York Infirmary, the Woman's Hospital of Philadelphia, the New England Hospital at Boston, the Woman's Hospital at Chicago, the Hospital for Sick Children and Women, San Francisco, the Northwestern Hospital, Minneapolis. The foundation of these hospitals effected for women the transition from the pre-medical period, when medical education was something attempted but not accomplished, to a truly medical epoch, when women could really secure an opportunity to engage in active medical work. Correlatively, their theoretic education began to improve. In 1885, Lawson Tate, the famous English surgeon, described the Philadelphia Woman's Medica as being very large and splendidly appointed, and adds, "I am quite satisfied that its graduates are quite as carefully trained as those of any other medical school." In the United States, the practice of medicine by women has become an accomplished fact. In 1865, the trustees of the New York Infirmary decided to open a medical college for women in connection with the hospital, and the Doctors Blackwell presided over the foundation of the new institution, of which Dr. Emily Blackwell is still dean. In 1890, women's medical colleges are established in Philadelphia, the oldest, New York, Chicago, and Baltimore. Moreover, women are admitted to many Western medical schools, and earliest to that of the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor, where women have long been pupils in all departments. Besides, to the University of California and Cooper College of San Francisco, and to the State University at Iowa. In the East, women share in all the privileges of the Boston University, but its medical school is homeopathic. There is no manner of doubt that coeducation in medicine is essential to the real and permanent success of women in medicine. When the tact, acuteness, and sympathetic insight natural to women become properly infused with the strength more often found among men, success may be said to be assured to the medical candidate. It is in view of these considerations that in 1890 a vigorous effort was made to secure to women admission to the medical school about to be opened at Johns Hopkins University. The permission was granted in virtue of a contribution of $100,000 given by women towards foundation funds of this school, and of this sum $50,000 was given by one woman, Miss Garrett of Baltimore, who has since promised to increase her generous donation to $250,000 when the remaining funds shall have been raised. This, however, has not been done, and the school has not yet been opened. The sixth period cannot be defined chronologically, for in respect to time it overlaps, or indeed coincides, with that of the two which have just been described. It represents, however, a distinct aspect of the movement, being the struggle on the part of women physicians to obtain official recognition in the profession. This became the subject of a prolonged and acrimonious debate in all medical societies, the cause of the women being defended and attacked with equal warmth, and by men both distinguished and undistinguished. It was the Philadelphia County Medical Society which first assumed the responsibility of checking the innovation of female doctors and women's schools. In 1859, a resolution was introduced declaring that any member who should consult with women should forfeit his membership. But the Montgomery County Medical Society passed a resolution that females, if properly educated, should receive the same treatment as males. In the County Medical Society there were many discussions of the subject. Dr. Lee summed up the conclusions in observing that the committee report and its concluding resolution might be considered to read about as follows: Whereas, in the opinion of this society, the female mind is capable of reaching every stage of advancement to which the male mind is competent, and whereas all history points out examples in which females have mastered every branch of science, art, and literature, therefore be it resolved that any member of this society who shall consult with a female physician shall forfeit his privileges as a member of this society. The resolution stultifies the report. Nevertheless, the County Medical Society held to its position and prohibited all consultation with women physicians until 1888, when the grand controversy was finally ended by the election of a woman to its membership, Dr. Mary Willets. As early as 1869, the Doctors Blackwell were accepted as members of a voluntary medical library and journal society. In 1872, a paper was read before the society by a young lady, Dr. Putnam, who had just returned from France with a medical diploma, the first ever granted to an American woman from the Paris École de Médecine. This paper was the first read by a woman physician in the United States before a medical society. In 1873, Dr. Putnam was admitted, without discussion, to the Medical Society of New York, and from this time the question of official recognition of women might be regarded as settled. Another question now came to the front, the extension to women of opportunities for study and practice in great hospitals, opportunities absolutely indispensable both to obtaining and maintaining a valid place in medical practice and standing in the medical profession. The discussion of this question belongs to the 7th period of the history. For this purpose, the small hospitals conducted by women were and are quite insufficient. Efforts, therefore, have been constantly made to secure the admission of women as students, interns, or visiting physicians to the great hospitals. Apparently, the first general hospital in the country to confer a hospital appointment on a woman was the Mount Sinai Hospital of New York. Here, in 1874, Dr. Annie Angell was made one of the resident physicians. In 1884, Dr. Josephine Walter was admitted as intern. Since her appointment, none others have been made. Even in the Woman's Hospital, with exclusively female patients and a host of female nurses, the medical staff have repeatedly expressed their formal opposition to the admission of female interns. In 1882, a school was opened for postgraduate instruction in New York, and one woman physician was invited to a place in its faculty, and several others became instructors to classes of young men. More than 20 women are now serving as physicians in insane asylums. The census of 1880 records about 2,500 women practitioners throughout the United States. In the census for 1890, this number will certainly be much increased. It is evident from the records that the opposition to women physicians has rarely been based upon any sincere conviction that women could not be instructed in medicine, but upon an intense dislike to the idea that they should be so capable. Apart from the absurd fear of pecuniary injury to the men physicians already in practice, the arguments advanced have always been purely sentimental. What women have learned in medicine they have, in the main, taught themselves, and it is fair to claim that when they have taught themselves so much, when they have secured the confidence of so many thousand sick persons in spite of all opposition, when such numbers have been able to establish reputable and lucrative practice, to do all this shows a quite unexpected amount of ability and medical fitness on the part of women. It could be wished that space remained to bring to light the obscure heroisms of the many nameless lives which have been expended in this one crusade for liberty and equality. It has been fought, and modestly, in the teeth of the most painful invective, that of immodesty. Girls have been hissed and stampeded out of hospital wards and amphitheaters where the suffering patient was a woman, and properly claiming the presence of members of her own sex, or where, still more inconsistently, non-medical female nurses were tolerated and welcomed. Women students have been cheated of their time and money by those paid to instruct them. They have been led into the fields of promise to find only a vanishing mirage. At what sacrifices have they struggled to obtain the elusive prize? The change from the forlorn conditions of the early days has been most rapid, and those who survived the early struggle, and whose energies were not so absorbed by its external difficulties, that not enough were left for the intrinsic difficulties of medicine have been really invigorated by the contest. Indeed, one of the ways in which women have secured the infusion of masculine strength essential to their success has been by successfully resisting masculine opposition to their just claims. The character and self-reliance natural to American women have thus been reinforced even by the adverse circumstances of their position. The intellectual fruitfulness of this period is not to be compared with that exhibited by other and contemporary classes of medical workers, but rather with that of the first 150 or 200 years of American medicine. For, until now, it is a mentally isolated, a truly colonial position which has been occupied by the women physicians of America. When a century shall have elapsed after general intellectual education has become diffused among women, after 2 or 3 generations have had increased opportunities for inheritance of trained intellectual aptitudes, after the work of establishing, in the face of resolute opposition, the right to privileged work in addition to the drudgeries imposed by necessity, shall have ceased to preoccupy the energies of women, after selfish monopolies of privilege and advantage shall have broken down, after the rights and capacities of women as individuals shall have received thorough, serious, and practical social recognition, when all these changes shall have been effected for about 100 years, it will then be possible to perceive results from the admission of women to the profession of medicine, at least as widespread as those now obviously due to their admission to the profession of teaching. End of section 40.
Section 41 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Women in Law by Ada M. Bittenbender. Footnote: Superintendent, Department of Legislation and Petitions, National Women's Christian Temperance Union, and Attorney and Counselor at Law. About the 12th century before the birth of Christ. Quote, Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lapidoth, she judged Israel. End quote. Judges, chapter 4, verse 4. Quote, she dwelt in Mount Ephraim, and the children of Israel came up to her for judgment. End quote. It was at the time the Israelites were in the hand of Jabin, king of Canaan, by whom they were for 20 years mightily oppressed, and from whom the Lord delivered them through Deborah as prophetess. Afterwards her term of office as judge continued the 40 years the land had rest. Judges, II 18. Chapter 5, verse 31. After the days of Deborah, ancient history records the names of women distinguished for their legal learning, some of whom acted as judges, advocates, and in other judicial capacities. The Middle Ages and since furnish many cases of women of royal birth acting officially in the administration of justice. We mention Eleanor, Queen of Henry III, who was appointed Regent of England and Lady Keeper of the Great Seal. She took her seat on the King's Bench in 1253, quote, and we find that the pleas were holden before her and the King's Council in the Court of Exchequer during Henry's absence in Gascony, end quote. At this time, says Maddox, the Queen was custos regni and sat vice regis. We have thus an instance of a queen consort performing not only the functions of a sovereign in absence of the monarch, but acting as a judge in the highest court of judicature, Curia Regis. 1. Agnes Strickland's Lives of the Queens of England, page 261. Quote, Anne, the celebrated Countess of Pembroke, Dorset, and Montgomery, had the office of hereditary sheriff of Westmoreland, and exercised it in person. At the assizes at Appleby, she sat with the judges on the bench, end quote. Coke upon Littleton, Volume 2, B&H Notes, page 326. Quote, the Scotch Sheriff is properly a judge, end quote. Volume 1, Chitty's Blackstone, page 340, note. French history furnishes many instances of women, quote, personally presiding in their own courts, even over judicial combats, of their being summoned to and sitting in the Court of Peers. Thus Mahant, the Countess of Artois, assisted at the trial of Robert of Flanders, end quote. Coke upon Littleton, Volume 2, B&H's Notes, page 326. Women of ancient Greece and Italy are distinctly renowned as learned in law, women of Italy becoming specially famous as advocates and teachers of jurisprudence, the latter in connection with the great coeducational University of Bologna. That oldest university in Italy, said to have been founded in A.D. 425, which, quote, was the principal seat of learning in the Middle Ages, end quote, and which, quote, acquired special renown in jurisprudence in the 12th century by the influence of Irnerius, end quote. The fame of, quote, his erudition and the splendor of his eloquence attracted the attention of all learned Europe, and crowds of students flocked to hear the great jurisconsult and to learn of him. Women were quickened to new life in this studious and literary atmosphere. The public examinations took place in the cathedral before the dignitaries, the College of Doctors, the students, the ecclesiastics, and the principal inhabitants of Bologna. The aspirant for the degree before this notable assembly was called upon to read a thesis, expound some knotty law point, and maintain and defend his or her explanation of it against all disputants. If victorious in the contest, the degree of doctor with the cap and gown was won and duly awarded. The records of the university show that many women won this degree and were invested with its insignia. End quote. Mary A. Livermore's Learned Women of Bologna. The historian Sigonio states that Battista Gozzardini was created Doctor of Laws in 1239, and in the same year commenced her public lectures to the admiration of crowded audiences. Ghiardacci, in his History of Bologna, tells us that she wrote on philosophy, law, and jurisprudence. She continued to fill the professional chair until her death in 1249. Mention is made by several writers, says Livermore, of a very learned woman who was also invested with the doctor's degree and wore the cap and gown, and who was a venerable woman in 1354. Madonna Giovanni Bonsignori by name. She was skilled in legal and philosophical lore, was accomplished in Latin and Greek, and discoursed in the German, Bohemian, Tuscan, and Polish languages. The people of Bologna honor her name to this day. The right of Roman women to follow the profession of advocate was taken away in consequence of the obnoxious conduct of Calphurnia, who, quote, from excess of boldness, end quote, and, quote, by reason of making the tribunals resound with howlings uncommon in the forum, end quote, was forbidden to plead. Valerius Maximus, History, Lib. 8, Chapter 3. The law made to meet the especial case of Calphurnia ultimately, quote, under the influence of anti-feministic tendencies, end quote, was converted into a general one. Lex I, Section 5, DIG 3-1. This exclusion furnished a precedent for other nations, which in the course of time was followed. Speaking on this point, Louis Franklin, LL.D., in a valuable pamphlet entitled La Femme Advocate, translated by Mary A. Green, LL.B., says, quote, without taking time to discuss the rudimentary law of the ancient German colonies, we recall only that institution of Germanic origin, the Vogt or advocatus, whose care it was to represent every woman at the court of suzerain in judicial acts and debates. The ancient precedents were conceived and established in a spirit which was extremely favorable to women. There was not a trace in them in the privileges of masculinity. They allowed women to be a witness, a surety, an attorney, a judge, an arbitrator. Later, under the influence of the canon law and in the early Renaissance of juridical study, under the action of the schools of Roman law, a reaction made itself felt against the rights of women, and the old disabilities of Roman legislation became a part of the legal institutions, end quote. Further on, Dr. Frank says, quote, the forwardness of California appeared to ancient jurists a peremptory reason for excluding women from the forum, end quote. From among his citations to prove this assertion, we extract the following, quote, Boutillier tells us that a woman could not hold the office of attorney or of advocate, end quote. Quote, for know that a woman, in whatever state she may be, married or unmarried, cannot be received as procurator for any person whatever, for she was forbidden to do any act of procuration because of Calphurnia, who considered herself wiser than anyone else. She could not restrain herself, and was continually running to the judge without respect for formalities in order to influence him against his opinion, end quote. Some Rural Edit, Mace, Paris, 1603, L.I., Title 10, page 45. In Germany, as in France, the exclusion of women was justified upon the same grounds. No woman, says the Miroir de Saint-Abe, can be a guardian of herself, nor plead in court, nor do it for another, nor make complaint against another without an advocate. They lost this through a gentlewoman named Carfuna, who behaved foolishly in Rome before the ruler, end quote. Miroir de Saint-Abe, Title 2, Chapter 24, Lasberg, page 245. The judicial influence against women acting as advocates or barristers, the latter being the term used to designate the office in England, wherever exerted, has continued to affect women nearly, if not entirely, to the present time outside of the United States of America. In England, women are still denied the full privileges of the profession unless very recently granted. If not affected by the Calphurnian decree, their ineligibility to become barristers and exercise the right of that rank in the prosecution of their cases is due to their being denied admission to the Inns of Court where barristers are trained and ranked. The common law of England becoming the law of this country, American women were thought ineligible to admission to the bar, and but one woman, so far as we know, attempted to test the matter until within the last quarter of a century. This exception was a notable one in colonial days. It was the case of Margaret Brent of Maryland, who, on the death of the governor, Leonard Calvert, in 1647, succeeded him as attorney for Cecilius Calvert, the Lord Proprietary. Her right to act in this capacity was questioned in the provincial court. The court, in January 1648, ordered that she, quote, should be received as his lordship's attorney, end quote. The records show that she not only frequently appeared in court as his lordship's attorney, in which capacity she continued to act for some years, but also in prosecuting and defending causes as attorney for her brother, Captain Giles Brent, and as executrix of Leonard Calvert's estate, and in regard to her personal affairs. There is no record of any objection being made to her practicing as an attorney on account of her sex. At that time, the provincial court was the chief judicial body in Maryland, for Archives of Maryland. The first record we have found of a woman practicing law in America since the days of Mistress Brent is the following, which appeared February 27, 1869, in the Chicago Legal News. Quote, Iowa has one female lawyer. In North English, Iowa County, there may be seen in front of a neat office a sign with the following inscription in gilt letters. Mrs. Mary E. Magoon, attorney at law. We understand that Mrs. Magoon is having a good practice and is very successful as a jury lawyer. The next record is that of Arabella A. Mansfield, who is usually reported as America's first woman lawyer. She studied in a law office and was admitted to the Iowa bar at Mount Pleasant in June 1869 under a statute providing for the admission of, quote, white male persons, end quote. This was construed in connection with another statute providing that, quote, words importing the masculine gender only may be extended to females, end quote. Her husband, Professor J.M. Mansfield, was also admitted at the same time. The next to make application for license to practice law was Myra Bradwell of Chicago. She studied under the instruction of her husband, Judge James B. Bradwell, and applied at the September term, 1869, of the Supreme Court of Illinois, presenting all the papers required by the rules of that tribunal. Her application was refused on the ground that the applicant was a woman. She carried the case to the Supreme Court of the United States, quote, believing that liberty of pursuit was guaranteed to every citizen by the 14th Amendment, under laws which should operate equally upon all, end quote. The federal affirmed the judgment of the state court in April 1873. Adverse decisions in Mrs. Bradwell's case were destined to be used as precedents to debar other women. Ada H. Kepley graduated from the Northwestern University Law School, formerly known as the Union College of Law, June 30, 1870. Previous to the commencement exercises, says the Chicago Legal News, there was some question with the college authorities as to the proper wording of the degree to be conferred upon Mrs. Kepley. Hers was the first instance of a woman graduating from an American law school. It was stated that it could not be made of laws as she was possessed of a marital disability in the shape of a husband. Who ever heard of a married man being thought not competent to receive the degree of Bachelor of Laws? However, when the time came, the degree LLB was duly conferred, and with her certificate of examination, Mrs. Kepley accompanied other members of the class to the proper officer, and like them asked for the required certificate to present to the Supreme Court for the purpose of obtaining a license to practice law, end quote. The gentleman received this, but Mrs. Kepley was refused on the sole ground of sex, the decisions in the Bradwell case being used against her. The Supreme Court in November 1871 also decided against the admission of Alta M. Hewlett, who, on examination, had, quote, answered questions much more readily than the four gentlemen examined with her and promptly admitted, end quote. The obnoxious law was repealed in March 1872 by an act providing that, quote, no person shall be precluded or debarred from any occupation, profession, or employment, except military, on account of sex, end quote. Under this act, Miss Hewlett, who had prepared the bill and lectured in its interest during its pendency after re-examination, was duly licensed on her 19th birthday. Mrs. Kepley was also duly licensed. Mrs. Bradwell, having founded the Chicago Legal News in 1868, which she was ably editing, did not see fit to present herself again for license. So, in the spring of 1890, after a lapse of over 20 years upon the original record, quote, every member of the Supreme Court of Illinois cordially acquiesced in granting, on the court's own motion, a license as an attorney and counselor at law to Mrs. Bradwell, end quote. Belva A. Lockwood, upon graduating from the law school of the National University in 1873, was admitted to practice in the Supreme Court of the District of Columbia, but was denied admission to the Court of Claims, where she appeared for a client in 1874. The latter court assumed the position, quote, that under the laws and Constitution of the United States, a court is without power to grant such application, and that a woman is without legal capacity to take the office of attorney, end quote. In 1876, she was also denied admission to practice before the federal Supreme Court. it being held that, quote, by the uniform practice of the court from its organization to the present time, and by the fair construction of its rules, none but men are admitted to practice before it as attorneys and counselors. This is in accordance with the immemorial usage in England, and the law and practice in all the states, until within a recent period, and the court does not feel called upon to make a change until such a change is required by statute, or a more extended practice in the highest courts of the states, end quote. Upon this refusal, Mrs. Lockwood went to work to secure the necessary statute, which was enacted in 1879 and provides, quote, that any woman who shall have been a member of the bar of the highest court of any state or territory, or of the Supreme Court of the District of Columbia, for the space of 3 years, and shall have maintained a good standing before such court, and who shall be a person of good moral character, shall, on motion and the production of such record, be admitted to practice before the Supreme Court of the United States, end quote. She was duly admitted under it, and soon afterwards received word from the Court of Claims that she could now practice before that tribunal. Mrs. Lockwood was also denied the right to appear for a client in the Circuit Court for Prince George's County, Maryland, in 1878 under the rule of coinity. There were several other contested cases, among which we mention Lavinia Goodell of Janesville, Wisconsin, was admitted to the bar of the Circuit Court of Rock County in 1874, but the next year was denied the right to practice in the Supreme Court. She reviewed the decision in a masterly argument and continued practicing in the lower court until a statute was enacted in 1877, which she prepared and urged, prohibiting the denial of, quote, admission or license to practice as an attorney in any court in the state on account of sex, end quote. Martha A. Dorset, LLB, sought admission to practice in the Common Pleas Court of Hennepin County, Minnesota, in 1876. Her application was refused, the word male appearing in the statute, the judge holding it, quote, an implied inhibition against the admission of females, end quote, while, quote, admitting in his private relation, end quote, says the Minneapolis Tribune, quote, that the lady passed the highest examination of any applicant for admission that has been presented for a long time, end quote. Lydia J. Robinson, who had graduated from the Boston University Law School, was refused admission in 1881, the Supreme Judicial Court holding that under the laws of Massachusetts, quote, an unmarried woman is not entitled to be examined for admission as an attorney and counselor of this court, end quote. Mary Hall of Hartford, Connecticut applied in 1882 to the Superior Court in Hartford County for a license to practice law. The court reserved the application for the advice of the Supreme Court. The latter court, contrary to the decisions cited, which were urged and considered, decided favorably, saying, quote, if we hold that the construction of the statute is to be determined by the admitted fact that its application to women was not in the minds of the legislators when it was passed, where shall we draw the line? All progress in social matters is gradual. We pass almost imperceptibly from a state of public opinion that utterly condemns some course of action to one that strongly approves it. At what point in the history of this change shall we regard a statute, the construction of which is to be effected by it, as passed in contemplation of it? This statute was not passed for the purpose of benefiting men as distinguished from women. It grew out of no exigency caused by the relations of the sexes. Its object was wholly to secure the orderly trial of causes and the better administration of justice. Public interest is benefited by every legitimate use of individual ability, while mere justice, which is of interest to all, requires that all have the fullest opportunity for the exercise of their abilities, end quote. In most of the cases, the fair applicants prepared and filed briefs containing exhaustive arguments in support of their applications. On being refused, they immediately took steps for securing the enabling statutes, which, with 2 exceptions, were promptly passed. One exception is found in the case of Carrie Burnham Kilgore. In speaking of her 12 years struggle for admission, Ellen A. Martin, LLB, in an article on Admission of Women to the Bar, published in the Chicago Law Times of 1886, says, quote, in December 1874, Carrie Burnham, now Kilgore, of Philadelphia began the long and tedious warfare that she has been obliged to wage for admission in Pennsylvania. The Board of Examiners refused to examine her because there was, quote, no precedent for the admission of a woman to the bar of this county, end quote. And the court refused to grant a rule on the board requiring them to examine her. Mrs. Kilgore then tried to have a law passed forbidding exclusion on account of sex. But the Judiciary Committee of the Senate took the position that the law as it stood was broad enough, and so it would seem to be. The Act of 1834 declares, the judges of the several courts of record in the Commonwealth shall respectively have power to admit a competent number of persons of any honest disposition and learned in the law to practice as attorneys in their respective courts, end quote. The Senate finally passed the clause desired at 2 or 3 sessions, but it was never reached in the House. Finally, Mrs. Kilgore gained admission to the law school of the University of Pennsylvania in 1881, where she had previously been denied, and by virtue of her diploma from there in 1883, was admitted to the Orphans' Court of Philadelphia. She was then admitted to one of the Common Pleas courts, but denied admission to the other 3. Though it is the custom, when a person has been admitted to one, to admit to the rest as a matter of course. As soon after admission to the Common Pleas Court as the law allows, 2 years, Mrs. Kilgore applied and was admitted to the Supreme Court of the state, end quote. By virtue of this admission, all the lower courts were compelled to admit her. The other exception to the usual legislative promptness is found in the case of Annie Smith, then of Danville, now of Richmond, Virginia. The judge of the Corporation Court at Danville, to whom she applied in 1889 for a certificate to enable her to be examined, refused it on the ground that for a woman to obtain license, the present statute would have to be amended. Mrs. Smith, aided by her husband, an attorney, has vainly endeavored since to secure the necessary enactment. She notes a growing sentiment in the state favoring the movement. Mrs. Lockwood, having legal business in Fairfax County, was admitted under the comity rule to practice in a state court of Virginia in 1878, and in 1892 opened a law practice at Norfolk, where she practiced a while. Most of the courts where women applied, as says Miss Martin in the article cited, at once admitted them and spent no time upon fine-spun theories. And most of the law schools of the country have likewise promptly admitted women as students when applied to for the purpose, and nearly all of the others will do so upon application, having so stated in letters received recently by the author from representatives in answer to inquiry. Among the exceptional cases may be listed the law schools of Yale, Harvard, Columbia College, University of Virginia, Washington and Lee University, Cumberland University, Columbian University, Georgetown College, and University of Notre Dame. One woman has been graduated, an LLB, by Yale. This is Alice R. Jordan, now Mrs. Blake, quote, who after a year's study in the law school of Michigan University and admission to the bar of Michigan in June 1885, entered the law school of Yale in the fall of the same year and graduated at the close of the course, end quote. Professor Francis Wayland, dean of the faculty, in answer to inquiry, sent a clipping from the current catalog of the rule adopted by the corporation immediately after Miss Jordan had received her degree, quote, to prevent a repetition of the Jordan incident, end quote. Answers from the other schools named in this connection state in effect either want of conveniences to make it suitable to admit women or no provision for their admission. Washington University at St. Louis was the first to open its law department to women, having granted the application of Phoebe W. Cousins in December 1868. The Northwestern University Law School, as already stated, was the first to graduate a woman, and so far has graduated next to the highest number, 15. The Law Department of the University of Michigan has graduated the most, 28 being the number. As to women's relative standing in law schools, the recent letter from Michigan University Law Department says, quote, with a few exceptions, the women who have taken degrees in this department have stood among the best students of their class, end quote. Judge Blodgett of the United States District Court for the Northern District of Illinois, Dean of the Northwestern University Law School, in a letter dated January 6, 1893, says, quote, my own observation has not been very extensive, as I have only been connected with the university about 1 year, but from what I have seen, I think the lady students make as good record as students as the young men, end quote. The former dean, the Honorable Henry Booth, in 1888, gave the standing of women in scholarship as that of a fair average and said, quote, we discover no difference in the capacity of the sexes to apprehend and apply legal principles. We welcome ladies to the school and regard their presence an advantage in promoting decorum and good order, end quote. M.B.R. Shea of Strator, Illinois, who graduated from the Illinois Wesleyan University Law School in 1879, won the prize of $100 for the best examination in her class. The dean writes that she, quote, stood as high as anyone who had completed our course, end quote. The noted Women's Legal Education Society of New York City originated in the interest aroused in a group of women by the career of Madame Emile Kempin, LL.D., who, having graduated from the School of Jurisprudence of the University of Zurich, Switzerland, in 1887, was denied admission to the Order of Advocates in her native country and had come to New York seeking opportunities both for practicing law and for teaching. With the help of the Women's Legal Education Society, Dr. Kempin was soon enabled to, quote, open classes for the general and practical study of law by women, end quote, which, quote, served to bring to light a latent and hitherto unexpected interest in the study of law by women, and to show that this was beginning to be quite widely diffused throughout the community, end quote. This being shown, the Society succeeded in 1890 in making arrangement with the Council of the University of the City of New York, quote, to allow Dr. Kempin to deliver in the university building a course of lectures to business women who did not matriculate at the university, end quote. In making this arrangement, the council, quote, also resolved that henceforth any properly qualified woman who should desire to enter the regular law school and study for a degree should be permitted to do so, end quote. Dr. Kempin's lecture course was formally opened October 30th, 1890, with 3 students, subsequently increased to 17. After a while, in response to applications from women who were engaged during the day, she established an evening class. 8 students attended this. Quote, in addition to this regular course of lectures, Dr. Kempin was authorized by the University Council to offer a special course on Roman laws to the students of the law school, which were well attended and highly appreciated, end quote. At the close of a 6-month course, quote, the students had assiduously followed Dr. Kempin's instruction, were formally examined by her in the presence of the then Vice-Chancellor, now Chancellor, Dr. McCracken, together with Judge Noah Davis and Mr. Dullen of the law firm of Solomon, Dullen, and Sutro. A satisfactory examination was passed, and certificates to that effect were granted to 13 women, end quote. The occasion was signalized by public exercises held at the Carnegie Music Hall on April 10, 1891. Quote, here and in the presence of a large and friendly audience, the students received their certificates from the hand of the Vice Chancellor, end quote. Immediately after the close of this very successful lecture course, Dr. Kempen returned to Switzerland to visit her family and was induced by many considerations to remain there. The lectureship created for her has been continued with signal success, resulting, as well, in an arrangement for free law lectures for women. 20 scholarships have been offered for the women students by the Women's Legal Education Society, and a $200 prize is offered jointly by the university and society to the students passing the best examination at the end of the course. We are unable to give the exact number of women lawyers in the United States, but the information we have shows that on the 400th anniversary of the discovery of America, there were more than 300, representing nearly every state and territory in the Union. Of these, several are colored, and nearly 1/3 are graduates of the law schools. Charlotte E. Ray, colored, a graduate of Howard University Law School, was the first woman admitted to the bar of the ex-slave-holding national capital, she being admitted to practice in the courts of the District of Columbia on March 2, 1872, which was little more than 9 years after the proclamation of emancipation and less than 7 years after the Civil War. A large number of women admitted have practiced very little or none at all. Others, after practicing successfully for a time, have been drawn into temperance and other reform movements. The balance upon admission settled down to active practice, many of whom are fast ripening into able lawyers and are winning a fair share of the business. They handle all kinds of cases, in all classes of courts and for all manner of clients, and are as successful as male practitioners. 10 women have been admitted to practice before the Supreme Court of the United States. Women are as true to their clients and their interests as men are, while they are equally true to their sex and their duty. The honor of the profession has never been tarnished by them, and we do not find that the respect and esteem which it is the pride of man to accord to woman has been in the least diminished by their membership. Some confine themselves mainly to an office practice, seldom or never appearing in public. Others prefer court practice. They look up their cases carefully and thoroughly, and then fearlessly walk into court and usually win. They seldom undertake a case unless satisfied that substantial justice is on the side of their client. Those who enter the forum are cordially countenanced by brother lawyers and acceptably received by court and jury. As a rule, they are treated with the utmost courtesy by the bench, the bar, and other court officers. Women's influence in the courtroom is promotive of good in several respects other than indicated, especially in social impurity cases, when language in her presence becomes more chaste and the moral tone thereby elevated perceptibly. Women have acted successfully in different parts of the country as police judges, justices of the peace, grand and petite jurors, federal and state court clerks and deputy clerks, official stenographers and reporters for federal and state courts, special examiners or referees, court appraisers, court record writers, notaries public, legislative clerks, deputy constables, examiners in chancery, and examiners of applicants for admission to the bar, and state and federal court commissioners. While commissioners, many cases have been tried before them. For instance, Ada Lee of Port Huron, Michigan, the year following her admission in 1883, was elected to the office of Circuit Court Commissioner, having been nominated by the Republican, Democratic, and Greenback parties of St. Clair County. Quote, she performed the duties of this office and held it until the expiration of her term, despite the fact that 13 suits were begun to oust her, during which time 217 cases were tried before her. End quote. Mrs. J.M. Kellogg acted as Assistant Attorney General during the time her husband was Attorney General of Kansas. Phoebe W. Cousins, LLB, was Chief Deputy United States Marshal for the Eastern District of Missouri during the time her father was Marshal. At the death of her father, she was appointed ad interim. Catherine Waugh McCulloch, LLB, was for a while professor of commercial law in the Rockford, Illinois Commercial College. A number of women lawyers have delivered legal addresses before students of law in other schools and before legislative committees and general audiences. Several women lawyers have been nominated by political parties for the highest state judicial offices, and although not elected, the parties nominating not being strong enough numerically to elect, ran far ahead of the male candidates on the same tickets. Death has visited the ranks several times. Lemma Barkaloo, a graduate from the Law Department of Washington University, was admitted to the Supreme Court of Missouri in 1870 and passed away the same year from typhoid fever. At a meeting of the members of the Bar of St. Louis, held to take suitable action and pay their respects to her memory, it was resolved, quote, that in her erudition, industry, and enterprise, we have to regret the loss of one who, in the morning of her career, bade fair to reflect credit upon our profession and a new honor upon her sex, end quote. Miss Barkaloo was in the first bloom of womanhood, having been refused admission into the law department of Columbia College in her native state. Because she was a woman, she went to the West to secure advantages she was denied at home. Alta M. Hewlett passed away in 1877. At the meeting of the Chicago Bar to pay the last tribute of respect to her memory, it was resolved, quote, that while Miss Hewlett's admission to the bar was a new and unprecedented event in this state, she was nevertheless cordially received and welcomed as a member thereof. And although so young when admitted, and when she went away had been in practice but little over 3 years, she had won the respect and esteem of all who knew her, whose friendship and regard were worth having. By her purity of character and womanly virtues, her honorable and courteous demeanor, and by her industry and diligence in business, as well as by the learning and ability which, young as she was, she displayed in a preeminent degree in the conduct of causes and business entrusted to her care, end quote. Lavinia Goodell, the pioneer woman lawyer of Wisconsin, passed away in 1880. She was in partnership with Angie J. King under the name of Goodall and King. A prominent member of the bar who knew her well says, quote, she had a judicial mind and extensive legal learning, and her arguments evinced a thorough appreciation of the genius and spirit of the law, end quote. M. Frederica Perry passed away in 1883. She graduated from the Law Department of Michigan University in 1875. Upon receiving her diploma, she was admitted to the Michigan Bar, and the same year commenced practice in Chicago in partnership with Ellen A. Martin under the name of Perry and Martin. At a meeting of the Chicago Bar upon the occasion of her death, the following memorial was unanimously adopted. Quote, having heard with feelings of regret and of profound sorrow of the premature death of Miss Mary Frederica Perry of this city, an honored member of this bar, we do most earnestly testify to her many virtues and accomplishments as a woman, and to her ability and brilliant prospects as a lawyer, as well as of the respect and admiration with which she was regarded personally and professionally by the bench and the bar. We lament her early departure the more because she was one of the few pioneers of her sex who had here entered our profession, and was fast demonstrating to the world the great success which a woman can achieve in a pursuit calling for the highest qualities to secure distinction, end quote. Tabitha A. Holton of Dobson, North Carolina, passed away in 1886. She was admitted to the Supreme Court of the state in 1878 and practiced in partnership with her brother, Samuel L. Holton, devoting herself chiefly to office work and the preparation of civil cases. 3 passed away in 1891. Letty L. Burlingame of Joliet, Illinois, a graduate of the Michigan University Law Department, and one of our most able and successful women practitioners. Then Carrie Palmer Denny, the noted woman lawyer of the new state of Washington. And finally, Lilia Robinson Sawtelle, the pioneer woman lawyer of New England. Mrs. Sawtelle enjoyed the novel experience of practicing before mixed juries, composed of men and women, during her 2 years' residence in Washington. Although she had built up a good-paying business in Boston, where she resumed practice in 1887, she was most widely known as a writer on legal subjects. Of her book, Law Made Easy, the Honorable Charles T. Russell, law professor in the Boston University, says, quote, "For the end proposed the information and instruction of the popular mind in the elements of law, civil and criminal, I know of no work which surpasses it. It is comprehensive and judicious in scope, accurate in statement, terse, vigorous, simple, and clear in style. My gratification in this work is none the less than its author is the First Lady Bachelor of Laws, graduated from our Boston University Law School, and that she has thus early and fully vindicated her right to the highest honors of the school accorded at her graduation." End quote. She afterwards wrote a manual entitled The Law of Husband and Wife, which likewise has been well received, and was at work upon another to be called Wills and Inheritances. She was married to Eli A. Sawtelle of Boston only a little more than a year before her call up higher. During her wedding journey, she was admitted to the bar of the Federal Supreme Court. M.B.R. Shea is author of Student's Guide to Common Law Pleading. Of this work, Honorable R.M. Benjamin, Dean of Law Faculty, and Honorable A.G. Kerr, Professor of Pleading of Law Department of the Illinois Wesleyan University, say, quote, "We have examined with considerable care Shea's questions on common law pleading, and can cheerfully recommend them to students as admirably adapted to guide them to a thorough knowledge of the principles of pleading as laid down by those masters of the system, Stephen, Gould, and Chitty." End quote. Myra Bradwell has continued editing the Chicago Legal News, in which many of the reforms first advocated in its columns have been quite generally incorporated into law. And for 2 decades she has been at the head of one of the most successful law book publishing enterprises. Her daughter, Bessie Bradwell Helmer, LLB, compiled unassisted 12 volumes of Bradwell's appellate court reports. Catherine V. Waite, LLB, founded and ably edited for some years the Chicago Law Times. Cora A. Benisons, LLB, was for some time law editor for the West Publishing Company of St. Paul. Several able articles have been published in law journals written by our women lawyers. The 2 general associations of women lawyers, the Equity Club and the Women's International Bar Association, the former organized in 1886 and the latter in 1888, are inactive and seem to have been abandoned. It is expected that one better founded will be effected during the meetings of the law department of the Queen Isabella Association at the World's Columbian Exposition. Women lawyers are welcomed as members of state and local bar associations formed by their brothers in the profession, and it is believed will be no less welcome when they appear at the American and the National Bar Association. The Committee of the Women's Branch of the Women's Congress Auxiliary on Jurisprudence and Law Reform, of which Myra Bradwell is chairman, is doing effective work from which good results may be expected. For the good that may result, we feel impressed to speak more at length regarding women's jury service. The first mixed juries, Grand and Petite, served in Albany County, Wyoming, during the March term 1870 of the District Court presided over by the Honorable John H. Howe, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Quote, all the women summoned as grand jurors were present and answered promptly to their names. None asked to be excused. All seemed to feel that they were performing one of the most important duties of citizenship. End quote. A woman bailiff was appointed. Judge Howe, in writing to the Legal News in response to inquiries, said, quote, with all my prejudice against the policy, I am under conscientious obligations to say that these women acquitted themselves with such dignity, decorum, propriety of conduct, and intelligence as to win the admiration of every fair-minded citizen of Wyoming. They were careful, painstaking, intelligent, and conscientious. They were firm and resolute for the right as established by the law and the testimony. Their verdicts were right, and after 3 or 4 criminal trials, the lawyers engaged in defending persons accused of crime began to avail themselves of the right of peremptory challenge to get rid of the women jurors, who were too much in favor of enforcing the laws and punishing crime to suit the interests of their clients. After the grand jury had been in session 2 days, the dance house keepers, gamblers, and demi-monde fled out of the city in dismay to escape the indictment of women grand jurors. In short, I have never, in 25 years of constant experience in the courts of the country, seen more faithful, intelligent, and resolutely honest grand and petite jurors than these. End quote. At the next term, the experiment was repeated. Judge Howe, in his charge to the grand jury, composed of 9 men and 6 women, took occasion to say that, quote, the bar and bench and the intelligent businessmen of the whole country have long felt that something is needed to improve and purify our jury system, something to lift it above prejudice and passion, and imbue it with a higher regard for the law, for justice, oath, and conscience. Perhaps the introduction of this new element may accomplish this. End quote. After a 3 years trial, Judge J.W. Kingman, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of Wyoming, in response to inquiry wrote, quote, the courts have been nearly powerless with only men for jurors in enforcing the laws against drunkenness, gambling, houses of ill fame, and debauchery in any of its forms. Neither grand nor petite juries could be relied on. But a few women on either panel changed the face of things at once, and from that day this kind of vice has trembled before the law and hidden itself from sight, where formerly it stalked abroad with shameless front and brazen confidence in protection from punishment. Not a single verdict, civil or criminal, has been set aside where women have composed a part of the jury. This has not been the case by any means when they have not been present. They have given better attention than the men to the progress of the trials, have remembered the evidence better, have paid more heed to the charges of the court, have been less influenced by business relations and outside considerations, and have exhibited a keener conscientiousness in the honest discharge of responsibility. End quote. Wyoming women continued to serve as jurors whenever permitted to do so, but adverse influences finally succeeded in preventing their names from being drawn. Since Wyoming became a state, the custom is being revived. Upon the passage of the law in 1883, giving to the women of Washington full rights of citizenship, women there, when drawn as grand and petite jurors, assumed the duty of jury service with results as satisfactory as in Wyoming, and they continued to serve as long as they were permitted to do so. Judge Green, then Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, while presiding over the District Court at Port Townsend in 1884, gave warning of the approaching cessation of the right in his charge to the grand jury. Addressing himself to the women on the jury, he said, quote, there is a determined movement afoot to deprive you of your participation in public affairs. If those forces in this territory which pander to drunkenness, gambling, and social infamy, those and other forms of vice that especially insult, molest, and desolate the home, if those forces, I say, aided and pushed on by interests from Portland, San Francisco, and St. Paul, invading our territory and intermeddling in our government, should succeed in our next legislature in dethroning and disgracing the women of Washington, I want every patriotic citizen to be able to point back to the record made by our women, not only at our polling places, but in our courts, as an ineffaceable monumental protest against the degradation." End quote. The vicious elements referred to succeeded not through the legislature, but through an adverse court decision. May the day soon dawn when the women of the nation shall be equally permitted not only to plead in court, but to serve as jurors, to sit as judges, and to fill other judicial positions, all in the interest of the highest good of mankind and in furtherance of the true administration of justice. End of section 41.
Section 42 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What America Owes to Women by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Chapter 41, American Women of the Drama by Lillian Whiting. Footnote: Editor, Boston Budget. End of footnote. O art divine, supreme, undying, not time nor space can e'er subdue. The seas roll on, the years are flying, man passes, thou alone art true. No cloud can dim their deathless lustre, whose names thy angel hands unroll, nor blight the shining shapes that cluster in thy pantheon of the soul. William Winter. The language of art is universal. It transcends race and place, and were the American woman of the drama to be limited to those born in this country, the line would be an artificial and unimportant one. For it is less the accident of birth than it is association and identification with any country which makes one truly a citizen. Our greatest American actress now before the public, Agnes Booth, was born in Australia, although practically she belongs to the country where she has lived from early girlhood and to which she has given the brilliant and undying fame of her histrionic triumphs. Again, the great actress Genevieve Ward, although born in New York City, has all her life been so identified with Europe, visiting her native country only on rare recurring professional tours, that she is practically more foreign than is Madame Modjeska, who has identified herself with the American stage. In the brief general resume, which is all this paper may hope to be, it is, of course, utterly impossible to embody any statistical data of importance or to attempt any complete and accurate catalogue of the women who have given enchanted hours to the American stage. Personalities must, for the most part, be entirely subordinated to that which they have produced. It is art, not the artists, with which, in this consideration, we must chiefly have to do. Charlotte Cushman, Clara Morris, and Mary Anderson are almost, if not quite, the only American-born women of the stage who have achieved cosmopolitan recognition. Georgia Cavan and Effie Ellsler have won high reputation, which in Miss Ellsler's case, by means of her extended appearances, may almost be called national. Fanny Davenport, Ada Rehan, Rose Coughlin, Minna Gale, and Julia Marlowe, while all are dominant forces in the American drama, are not one of them American-born, although from a very early age they have been identified with this country. Then, in Adelaide Nielsen, Madame Janauschek, and Mademoiselle Ria, we have had the foreign-born actress who was yet largely a part of our own drama in a more abiding and permanent sense than the three great stars, Rachel, Ristori, and Bernard, who have flashed into our horizon to illuminate it for a season and then to recede to their native climes. In the earlier period of American drama, Fanny Campbell, English-born and bred, was one of the reigning powers on our stage, and the beautiful Julia Dean, though an actress in America, cannot be claimed as an American actress. Eliza Riddle, afterward Mrs. Joseph M. Field, the mother of Kate Field, was American-born and bred, and was one of the most gifted and exquisite artists of her time. In those days, Laura Keene, Agnes Robertson, Matilda Heron, and Kate Reynolds, now Mrs. Ewing Winslow, were notable stars of the American drama. In Boston especially is remembered the names of Clara Fisher, later Mrs. Meader, and of good Mrs. Vincent, so long an integral force in the stock company of the Boston Museum. Annie Clark, for many years the popular leading lady at the museum, resigned her throne gracefully only a year or two ago, and if we were to turn for our briefest glance to the lyric stage, the name of our greatest and grandest lyric artist, Adelaide Phillips, is before us with that of her famous sister, Mathilde Phillips, and the illustrious names, too, of Annie Louise Carey, Clara Louise Kellogg, Emma Abbott, Emma Ames, Agnes Huntington, Sybil Sanderson, and the four noted Boston artists of song, Flora Berry, Gertrude Franklin, Edith Abel, and Margaret Hall. All these names and others crowd upon one's memory, and it is asserted, with claims, I believe, to accuracy, that the great diva Madame Adelina Patti, though of foreign lineage, was really born in New York City. From all this brief resume it will be realized that for nearly half a century America has been the theater for a national drama, one that has embodied and portrayed essential art, whether the actors themselves have been of American nationality by birth or by identity and association. As it is impossible to say anything adequate of the American stage without including those who, while they may have been born elsewhere, are practically American actresses and are certainly women of the American drama, I shall now beg the indulgence of my readers in regard to the literal fact that we may pursue our way to the larger truth. For facts and truth are by no means identical, although they bear to each other an inseparable relation. Facts are the scaffolding by means of which we climb to truth. Facts are the crude material, so to speak, and truth the fine inflorescence. And thus the true significance of the relation of the American drama to American life must lie in a larger region than that of the actual facts, the statistical data regarding it. It is a far cry from the days of Charlotte Cushman to those of Agnes Booth and Clara Morris, from the days of the appearance of Mademoiselle Rachel to those of the appearance to Madame Eleonora Duse. Yet to appreciate the greatness of any one is better to appreciate the greatness of all. To dispose one, to exalt another, would be indeed ignoble policy, and the futility of such mental shifting is well pointed out by Jules Janin, the great French critic, who wrote on the first appearance of Ristori, quote, "We are, in truth, great children, when we have amused ourselves for some time with a pretty plaything. If another one is given to us, we will immediately forget the first. It is fortunate if we do not break it by striking it with a new one. We had a beautiful tragic toy, Mademoiselle Rachel. The Italians show us another Ristori. Crack! Here we are about to smash Rachel with Ristori, as if the dramatic art were not vast enough to afford 2 places of honor to 2 women of different kinds of talent, yet equal in their sublimity." End of quote. Between the years 1840 and 90, the development of the drama in America has been one of marvelous richness, and in this finer advance of art women have borne a notable share. the triumphs of genius are for all time, and while the art of acting is, by its very nature, not one to be preserved in visible or tangible form, it is fit, for that very reason, more than any other art, to be enshrined in deathless memory and transmitted from one generation to another in transfigured glory. It was somewhere in the 40s that Rachel appeared in the United States, arousing a new enthusiasm for the stage. It was in 1866 that Madame Ristori first appeared in America, and what a constellation of stars have been seen in the little more than a quarter of a century since that memorable date. For it is within this time that stars have risen and have set, and have arisen to still illuminate the dramatic and lyric stage. One so readily recalls within this time the appearances of Adelaide Lillian Nielsen, Sarah Bernard, Agnes Booth, Fanny Davenport, Clara Morris, Sarah Jewett, Ellen Terry, Mary Wainwright, Rose Coghlan, Madame Janauschek, Ada Ryan, Genevieve Ward, Mary Anderson, Ida Vernon, Mademoiselle Rea, Madame Modjeska, Julia Marlowe, Rosina Vokes, Georgia Cavan, Mrs. Langtry, Mrs. Potter, and the lyric artists before mentioned in this paper. Of these, as we have seen, few are American-born, few only have claim to greatness, but all have contributed, whether for good or ill, to the progress or to the retrogression of the stage during this period. Of these, Adelaide Nielsen has gone to that far, fair country we shall all one day see. On August 15, 1880, Miss Nielsen died in Paris, and her mortal form was laid under the lilies and roses in Brompton Cemetery, London, where on a marble cross is inscribed, quote, "In loving memory of Adelaide Nielsen, gifted and beautiful, resting." Unquote. If I may venture to embalm here some lines of my own, written at the time of her death, it is not because they have poetic claim, but only that they attempt the embodiment in verse which otherwise I should try, with perhaps as little success, to embody in prose. Lillian Adelaide Nielsen, 8/15/80. While the lilies bend above her, look your last, O friend or lover, while the light unfading lies gently on the closed eyes, and the waving grass keep watch above her silent sleep, while the English daisy's feet linger over Juliet, while the lilies bend above her, look your last, O friend or lover. Not for her the summer's close breaks the calm of that repose. Nevermore shall wind or wave call her from that lonely grave. Angel of the asphodel, guard the sleeper, all is well. O'er her rest the sun shall set, dreamless rest of Juliet. Holy starlight still and calm, fold her in its voiceless psalm. Sunny tressed fair Adelaide, in our hearts that grave is made. All her loveliness appears only through a rain of tears. Only love and tenderness, only prayers and sweet caress, only hearts that never forget, guard the grave of Juliet. Look our last, O friend or lover, let the angels watch above her. Sarah Jewett, a beautiful young actress who had apparently the fairest of futures before her, overtasked her strength to a degree that has left her an invalid for the past few years. Madame Janauschek has definitely quitted the stage. Madame Ristori was seen for the last time on the American stage in 1886. Mary Anderson has become Mrs. Navarro and is living her happy wedded life in privacy at Tunbridge Wells, near London. Madame Bernard, Genevieve Ward, and Ellen Terry we shall undoubtedly welcome to our shores again. Madame Modjeska makes America her home, and the day is still, let us trust, far off ere she will leave the stage she adorns. Georgia Cavan holds the most responsible and honored place as leading lady of the Lyceum Theatre, New York, and in Miss Cavan is not only an actress of noble quality and refined art, but a woman too of generous and beautiful qualities, who makes better the world in which she lives. Ada Rehan is a dazzling and fascinating actress, and as leading lady of Daly's Theatre has acquired a well-deserved national reputation. Miss Ida Vernon, who, though she has not appeared in star roles, is after all the star of any performance in which she plays, so finished and marvelously perfect is her acting. Mademoiselle Rhea, a delightful artist. Miss Marlowe, with her unusual promise deepening into as unusual performance. Rosina Vokes, imitably mirth-provoking. Rose Coghlan and Mary Wainwright, both admirable actresses, also are the mistresses of their art. Effie Ellsler, still growing and advancing. All these we are seeing and hope to see for many a year to come. Fanny Davenport comes from an eminent dramatic family, and from parents as eminent too, for high and noble qualities of character as well as lofty gifts. Miss Davenport has inherited her chivalrous honor and generosity, and to her talents adds a remarkable degree of energy and enterprise. In Mary Anderson, America produced an actress of wonderful beauty, of power to create the most exquisite pictorial effects on the stage, and of a singularly devout religious character. Not a great dramatic genius apart from her winning and radiant personality, she still produced the effects of genius. From her first appearance as a girl of 21 in the autumn of 1876, to her marriage and taking leave of the stage in 1889 or 90, her success was an unquestioned, if not indeed an unanalyzed fact. In Clara Morris is seen one of the most remarkable women of pure genius that the stage in any country has produced. The list of dramatic stars that would include Giselle and Rachel and Bernard in France, Ristori and Duse in Italy, would include Clara Morris and Agnes Booth in America. Miss Morris has been called, quote, a great emotional actress, unquote. She is this, and more. She has the tragic intensity of nature, the most wonderful flexibility and impressionability of temperament. She is a native of Cleveland, Ohio, and most from her childhood has been on the stage. In private life she is known as Miss Harriet, and the home of Colonel and Mrs. Harriet on the Hudson, just outside New York, is one of the most charming of places. No woman of the stage lives more entirely the ideal life of the artist than does she whom the world knows best as Clara Morris. Agnes Booth, whom in private life we know as Mrs. John B. Scheffel, has been called the American Bernard, and in all the essentials of the most finished and exquisite details of art, in an indescribable charm of presence, a magnetic sway over the audiences, the two great artists have much in common. The differences of race are lost sight of in affinities of temperament. So incomparably great an artist is Agnes Booth, that it is no more a compliment to her to be thought of as akin to Madame Bernard, as it is to Madame Bernard to be thought of akin to Mrs. Booth. In Agnes Booth, however, one feels too, in all her great effects as an artist, the noble, lofty, generous, tender, and delicately organized womanhood behind the artist. Mrs. Scheffel is as radiantly enchanting off the stage as she is on it. Born in Australia, coming when very young to America, having been on the stage almost from childhood, and with her art, life, living too, the life of wife and mother and friend, she has wrought out of all these varied elements a womanhood of such richness and sweetness and power as must lend to the actress much of that indefinable charm that we feel in her stage impersonations. Manager and Mrs. Schöffel make their winter home in New York. Their summer cottage is at Manchester by the sea, one of the most picturesque of New England's seaside resorts, and between her art and her home, Mrs. Booth lives a full and beautiful life. The subtlety, the brilliant intensity of her dramatic creations are unsurpassed by those of any living actress, and it will be left for the critic of the future to do full justice to the genius of Agnes Booth. End of section 42. Read by AliceStein.
Section 43 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Penny Carrington. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Women in Business and Trade. Editorial. Women's work in several lines is so concisely stated in an article which appeared in the Minneapolis Tribune that we quote from it here. In the multiplicity of employments now open to women, and the liberal wages earned in many of them, students of sociology note an almost incredible advance from the old colonial days, and even from the conditions that prevailed in the first half of the present century. In colonial times there were no women wage earners save in domestic service, and in the rougher work of tilling the soil. In the former, $30 a year was considered a liberal salary. In the latter, the woman was glad to earn 6 or 7 shillings a week. The farmers' wives and daughters cultivated the flax from which they made the household linen, and carded, dyed, spun, and wove the woolen garments of the husbands, sons, and brothers, which were made up by the peripatetic country tailoress, who worked for 25 cents a day. Every woman was also her own dressmaker and milliner. The Harvard graduating class of 1770 were all dressed in homemade broadcloth. The colonial working day was fixed by law at from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. from March to September, with half an hour for breakfast and 1.5 hours nooning. Buttons and gloves were made at home. Knitting and spinning were constant industries. The hired spinner, for doing her allotted stint in the best manner, received 6 pence a day and board. Save the keepers of dame schools in the towns, there were no women teachers. The higher schools of learning, as well as the trades, professions, and business life, were all closed to the weaker sex, who yet managed to get through an amount of drudgery in farm and household work which might well have appalled the stoutest man's heart. The opening of factories 100 years ago made a radical change in industrial conditions for women. To these flocked farmers' daughters of the better class, only too glad to escape from the poverty and grinding toil of their homes. But they gained little by the exchange. A day's labor in the mills began at 5 a.m. and lasted from 12 to 15 hours. The early New England factory operatives were taxed to support religion, fined for absence from church, and led lives as strictly regulated as those of the cloister, and all this for a wage of from 30 to 50 cents a day, and under the worst sanitary conditions. Immigration gradually drove out American labor from the mills. In New England, the factory employees are now mostly French Canadians. Legislation has enforced sanitary laws, shortened hours of labor, raised wages, banished children below a certain age from the mills, and in all respects improved the condition of operatives. So many congenial and remunerative employments are now open to women that few of the more intelligent choose the life of the factory, which was once almost the only outside avenue open to them, and which under later and better auspices drew to it the best classes of young women from the rural districts, a class that 40 years ago sent out as its representatives Lucy Larcom, Mrs. H. Robinson, and other cultured young women whose life finds record in that monthly magazine called The Lowell Offering, which they themselves conducted, and which receives such charming mention in Miss Luncombe's recent volume of Recollections, while on all lines of progress our later day world has made rapid advances. In none are they so marked as in the woman's world. The evolution of the woman lawyer, physician, bookkeeper, stenographer, journalist, artist, teacher, writer, etc., from the ill-paid farm, household, and factory drudge of the earlier part of the century, is one of the most signal triumphs of modern civilization. It is estimated that over 6,000 women in the United States act as postmistresses, the largest number for any one state, 463, is in Pennsylvania. Arlo Bates tells of a woman who, though she needed work and had no immediate prospect of it, refused to take an engagement at very low wages because of the effect it would have on the price for such work in general. If there were more women like this one, the wages of women would not be so low. One is glad to be able to add that soon after her refusal to take the cheap place, this admirable woman who stood up for the interests of her sex procured a good-paying position. The number of women in the United States, as given by the reports of the Census Office, aggregates 30,500,000. A club of young women in the New England shoe factory pooled their savings and invested in real estate. Their holdings are said to be already quite large and profitable. The women employed in the Treasury Department of the United States, as stated in a recent report, number 1,400. New York City has over 100,000 women earning their own living, 3/5 of whom support whole families. From Harper's Pocket Cyclopedia, I obtained the following statistics. Out of 250 occupations carried on in the United States in 1880, there were only 29 in which women were not engaged. In 1890, there were 159 institutions for the higher education of women, with 1,854 instructors and property to the value of $12 million. The University of Pennsylvania was opened to women in October 1890, with but 2 dissenting votes of the faculty, and in the same month $100,000 were subscribed by women to the Johns Hopkins University to aid in establishing the school, in consideration of which women will in future be admitted to the institution. In 28 states and territories of the United States, a majority of the Union, women have some form of suffrage. The total enfranchisement women of the world are 18,970,276. The average weekly earnings of working women in the cities of the United States are $5.24, the highest being at San Francisco, California, $6.91 per week, and the lowest at Atlanta, Georgia, $4.05. 373 earn less than $100 per annum. 2,647 earn $250. 2,377 from $250 to $300, and 398 from $450 to $500 a year. The largest business in America handled by a woman is the money order department of the Pittsburgh Post Office. Mary Steele has it in charge. The Becker Manufacturing Company of Syracuse, New York, is a business owned and managed entirely by Mrs. Becker, who 15 years ago began to supply hand-knit goods to wholesale merchants. The business grew until now she has 1,000 women working for her. With the exception of the office force, most of the employees do this work at their own homes. A class has been formed at the Drexel Institute, Philadelphia, for the purpose of training library assistants and directors, and young women are using this opportunity to fit themselves for such work. At present, salaries in this profession range from $240 to $1,500 a year. For a subordinate position, the average salary is from $300 to $500. A good trained cataloger receives from $600 to $900, and the director of a library from $1,000 to $2,000. From a report from the clerk of the Patent Office, I have learned that 3,500 patents have been granted to women. The first patent ever issued to a woman was for straw weaving with silk or thread. This was in 1809, and the woman's name was Mary Keyes. The second patent issued to a woman was in 1815 to Mary Brush for a corset. The patents to women embrace all articles from dress improvers to submarine telescopes. The most of the women inventors of the country live in New England and the Middle States. Few patents have been taken out by Southern women, but quite a number come from the West. Massachusetts has more inventive women than any other part of New England. Though the sewing machine was invented by a man, there are 22 improvements made by women. Quite as many patents are granted to women for improving machinery as for articles of women's wear. Women have patented many things related to children, and a California woman invented a baby carriage which netted her over $50,000. All sorts of cooking utensils have been invented by women. A woman in Pennsylvania has invented a barrel hooping machine which brings her $20,000 a year. An Illinois woman has invented a portable house which can be carried about in a cart or expressed to the seashore. It has also folding furniture and a complete camping outfit. A number of women have electrical patents. It is stated that Mr. Edison employs 200 women in the more delicate details of his electrical inventions. 2 California girls are the inventors of a snowplow to be attached to the cow-catcher of an engine. A Maryland woman has distinguished herself by many inventions. Among them are an automatic toy, the eyeless needle, now used largely by surgeons, a musical top, a folding basin, a folding flatiron, a novel birdcage chain, a musical fountain, which renders music while throwing a stream of water from a statuette with such precision that not a drop escapes to spoil the carpet, a dress shield, a sweatband for hats, a carriage telephone, a musical paperweight, and a lock which enables anyone, by simply looking at the key, to determine whether the door is fastened or not, the locking being registered on the key. The musical paperweight has a calendar attachment, and it is in the form of a stem winding watch. The face of the weight indicates the day, month, and year. The long list of women's inventions would occupy too much space to describe or even mention. It is claimed that the cotton gin, invented in 1793, was really the invention of Mrs. Nathaniel Greene. Regarding women's advance in all directions of business, especially in the city of Chicago, a recent editor sums it up in the following rather sarcastic but amusing manner. The newest item of all, to the rural or semi-rural visitor, is the field into which women have entered. For the living earning woman is a new creature in this world, who in the manner defies all instinct and tradition. How many thousands of her there may be, here the writer does not know, but she is everywhere. The vast emporiums of trade, at the size and business and extent of which the oldest resident can never cease to wonder, are full of her. Where the clang of falling iron resounds all day long, where endless wheels dizzily and ceaselessly turn, she has her corner. In the crowded world she can no longer wait. Wind and storm must no longer delay her. Time must be, to her now, as it is to a man, with the curse of Eden inexorably upon her, bearing all the burdens of her nature. She has entered into the contest by tens of thousands. Age, misfortune, widowhood have nothing to do with it. And how does it affect her? Not at all. Here, then, O stranger from green fields and umbrageous woods, is the strangest puzzle of all the city offers you. We have unsexed the world and left it essentially unchanged. This is still the woman to whom you will offer your seat in the crowded car. It is still she whose face is unsmirched by the glare of publicity, and to whom daintiness and femininity remain as ever. You may as well confess in your hours of calm reflection that Chicago and her streets and marts have taught you one more lesson, given you one new item about that incomprehensible creature who is your mother, your sister, and your wife, but whom you will never entirely comprehend should you live 1,000 years. Over 3 million women are earning independent incomes in the United States. The following account of the New York Women's Exchange is quoted from the article on Industry by Alice Heinemann Rhine in Women's Work in America. From the first, the exchange became popular with a certain class and had a most phenomenal growth, 40 having come into existence during the last decade, all of which are working successfully on the same general plan. A walk through the rooms of the parent institution, now established in a handsome building at 329 Fifth Avenue, shows the number and variety of workers who availed themselves of its privileges. In the sale rooms, hand-painted and embroidered tapestries hang on the walls. Artistic screens, painted or embroidered on all conceivable materials, stand in every nook and corner. Elaborately decorated china, for ornament or table use, lies piled on shelves, while textile fabrics of all kinds, made up into articles for wall decorations, bed and table use, or personal wear, are tastefully arranged on counters or within glass cases. On the upper floors of the building, women are kept constantly at work inspecting, marking, and ticketing goods sent in by consignees. In the basement are the storehouse and restaurant for receiving and selling cakes, pickles, preserves, and other edibles, sent to be disposed of for the benefit of the makers. In this one establishment, the sales for the year 1888 amounted to $51,180.26. The aggregate sold in the cake and preserve department amounted to $13,256.89. One consignee of chicken jelly, etc., got during the year $1,256.89. Of 2 consignees in the cake and preserve department, one received $1,019.73, the other $772.42. Things sent to the lunchroom for Sunday night teas brought one consignee the comfortable little income of $965.78. From the sale of chicken wrappers alone, one consignee received $548.66, and one woman for screens, decorated frames, etc., $1,105.71. One consignee received during the spring and fall months $217.35 for articles which she had previously made for manufacturers at $2.50 apiece and which were sold for $35 each. In the order department connected with the exchange, the work done consisted of 1,263 pieces of plain sewing, 1,784 pieces of English embroidery, 1,100 painted articles, and 2,033 fancy articles. From the 40 other societies then in existence, the reports showed a grand aggregate of over $1 million from sales during the year. Of women in dentistry, Dr. Celia G. Turner writes that as yet few have entered that profession, those who have chosen it being usually the wives or daughters of dentists. She herself was refused admission to the dental college, being a woman, so she entered a medical college, took a course in anatomy, physiology, and chemistry, and then successfully passed the examination before the State Board of New Jersey, thus securing her state license to full practice. Mrs. Harriet S. McMurphy, associate editor of the Omaha Excelsior, writes concerning women's work in Omaha. 40 years ago, the Indian squaw gazed upon the pale face of her own sex traveling westward in the white-covered wagons, prairie schooners, to the country of shining gold, or the Mecca of the Mormon across the prairie land, then sole property of the Mahas, less than 2,000 strong, where now stands Omaha, the home of 140,000 pale faces. The first white children, therefore born in Omaha, have little more than reached the age where they may impress themselves upon their environments. The pioneers, the mothers of these children, put forth every energy to make, with the primitive and inadequate means at hand, a home life and educational surroundings, which should give these first children the opportunities their parents had enjoyed in older states. The first teacher was a woman. At the present day, 35 of the 38 principals in public schools are women. Of women in philanthropic work, there are so many that it is best to specify but two, whose entire life is given to it: Mrs. J.B. Jardine and Mrs. G.W. Clark. Of women physicians, 7 are in active and successful practice. In literary and journalistic work may be mentioned Mrs. Elia W. Petey on the editorial staff of the Omaha Word Herald and other associate women editors. Many artists and musicians of high merit are also to be found among Omaha women. Mrs. H. G. Toller finishes the following account of the wife of a Kansas pioneer. A few years ago there died at Wichita, Kansas, Mrs. Elizabeth Mathewson, wife of the real Buffalo Bill. Mrs. Mathewson was the first white woman who crossed the Arkansas River and went through the Indian Territory. She came to Kansas in 1860 and took up a claim within half a mile of the original town site of Wichita, on which still stands the humble cabin of her first home. She married in 1864 Mr. William Mathewson, who was Indian trader-in-chief of the Scouts for the United States troops, fighting the Indians who at that time swarmed over the plains. With him she shared the dangers incident to his hazardous life. She became an expert with the rifle and revolver, and on more than one occasion stood by her husband's side and helped him beat back the savage foe. At Walnut Creek she became a favorite and successful trader with the Indians, who called her Mar Wissy, or Golden Hair, while her husband was called Silpa Sinpa, the long-bearded and dangerous man whom they both feared and admired. The following, referring to Mrs. Mary Bowling Faulds, appeared in a London letter to the Philadelphia Evening Telegraph. The writer is Miss Ethel Morrell Mackenzie, a daughter of Sir Morrell Mackenzie, the physician to the late Emperor of Germany. Miss Mackenzie writes, "Great excitement has been caused here in the ceramic world lately by the visit of Mrs. David Faulds, better known as the head of the house of R. Bowling of Louisville, for she is the first woman who has visited England for the purpose of buying china professionally. Her visit ought to give a new impetus to the work of finding employment for ladies, for now that we are beginning to realize that in the United Kingdom there are nearly 1 million more women than men, we must begin to feel that it is necessary to put our shoulders to the wheel. Mrs. Faulds has given English women a new idea to work out, for besides the passion for rare porcelain, which is so common amongst ladies, the china trade is one which is pleasant and clean, the last advantage being a very important one. Besides, the romantic and interesting history of this little American lady will help to give courage to those whose hearts are failing for want of money or the means to obtain it. The position which the head of the House of Bowling occupies has been won by energy, hard work, and highly artistic feeling. Married at 16 to Colonel R. Bowling, clerk of the Court of Appeals, no thought of ever having to make money by her own efforts had ever entered her head. After more than 8 years, the administration changing, Colonel Bowling lost his office and established the firm which bears his name, which had then quite a different kind of business from that for which it was now famous, being, in fact, a printer of legal and official books in blank forms. Suddenly, however, the colonel was stricken down with the most awful of diseases, cancer, and in order to obtain for him the best advice and every luxury, his wife found herself thrown on her own resources, in spite of the offers of help from relations and friends, none of which she could be persuaded to accept. Acting under the advice of Mr. William C. Prime, a celebrated authority and author of pottery and porcelain, she commenced the study of china, and founded the bric-a-brac shop, which is now so well known through the States. And still keeping on the work of her husband after his death, she found her only distraction in the cares of business. As time went on, this determined lady became so thoroughly mistress of the subject she studied, that during her visit here in 1882, she was able to give the manufacturers many useful hints, and much of the china for which she gave large orders was executed after suggestions by herself. In 1885, she became the wife of Mr. David Faulds, and made up her mind that now at length R. Bowling should disappear from the commercial world and become a thing of the past. But this was not yet to be, and having been the ministering saint of her first husband, she became the guardian angel of her second. A few months after her marriage, it became evident that Mr. Faulds' business was in danger of being overwhelmed by serious financial troubles. Without a word to anyone, and absolutely unknown to her husband, Mrs. Faulds interviewed his creditors, and took upon her shoulders the whole of his responsibilities, saving his business from shipwreck and galvanizing it once more into a very flourishing condition. The story of this lady who, ignorant as she was originally of mercantile affairs, without ever borrowing a cent, has built up the house of Bowling, does not need for me to point a moral to those wives who, on the failure of their good man's undertakings, sit down and bemoan his loss, instead of pondering how they may best help him to retrieve it. Indeed, her brave example ought to be a help to all women compelled to fight their own way in this world, where hard work and ceaseless energy constitute the only sure road to success. After the recent death of this heroic and successful woman, another friend pens the following tribute to her memory. A true heroine was she, and hers was not the airy heroism of romance, but rather the practical heroism of ceaseless diligence in the presence of a labyrinth of toil, the heroism of Spartan courage under the fire of an army of work-a-day cares. A woman against the world. That was her battle. And you of her own sex who have fought the fight must know that she was twice a conqueror to have won her way up the hill to success, maintaining the while the gentleness of femininity and the charm of ladyhood. She had the valor of industry and the enthusiasm of hope. She was brave, honest, and gentle, a woman among women, a lady among ladies. Peace be to your ashes, brave little woman. Rest was never yours on earth, but in the better land beyond, surely there must be peace and quiet and eternal happiness for such as you. Miss Caroline A. Holding, Vice President of the Women's Baking Company of Chicago, which is carrying on an extensive business and was organized by women and is entirely owned and managed by them, thus writes regarding working women. The day has gone by into the dim vista of the past when idleness was considered a virtue in women. There has been in existence a popular fiction that the weaker sex must be supported and tenderly sheltered from all cares. The fallacy of this theory is amply proven by a consideration of facts. Nowadays, every woman recognizes her duty and has something to occupy her mind. Labor is honorable, and one of the important lessons of the Great Fair is to accentuate our part in the world's work. Household duties in her own home have been supposed to be the only proper things to employ women's time and energy. But in the dawn of this new era, women can do what she wills to do. The world belongs to her who claims her birthright. 2 women in America have achieved national fame on account of their successful financial careers. We give brief sketches of Mrs. Matilda B. Carse and Mrs. Frank Leslie. Regarding the achievements of Mrs. Carse, I have been able to collect the following. Mrs. Matilda B. Carse, philanthropist, temperance worker, and financier, is of Scotch-Irish origin. She has lived almost continually in Chicago since 1858. Her husband, Thomas Carse, was a railroad manager in Louisville, Kentucky during the Civil War. In 1869, they went abroad for the benefit of Mr. Carse's health. He died in Paris, France, in June 1870, leaving Mrs. Carse with 3 boys under 7 years of age. The youngest of these, while in Paris, had a fall, which developed hip disease. He had almost recovered his health when in June 1874 in Chicago he was run over by a wagon driven by a drunken German and instantly killed. His tragic death caused his mother to devote her life to the alleviation of the poor and suffering, especially among children. She also at this time registered a vow that until the last hour of her life she would devote every power she was possessed with to annihilate the liquor traffic, and with a persistency never surpassed has bravely kept her word. She early became prominent in temperance work, and has been the president of the Chicago Central Women's Christian Union since 1878. This union is one of the most active in the country, and supports more charities than any other. To Mrs. Carse is due the credit of establishing under the auspices of her union the first crochet, or day nursery in Chicago, known as the Bethesda Day Nursery. This was followed in a year or 2 by the establishment through her efforts of a second, known as the Talcott Day Nursery. Besides these nurseries, the union supports 2 kindergartens among the very poorest class, 2 gospel temperance meetings that are nightly attended by crowds of intemperate men seeking to be saved from themselves, 2 Sunday schools, the Anchorage Mission, a home for erring girls who have only taken the first step in wrongdoing and desire to return to a pure life, a reading room for men, 2 dispensaries for the poor, 2 industrial schools, and 3 mothers' meetings. These charities are supported at a cost of over $10,000 yearly. Mrs. Carse personally raises almost the entire amount. In 1879, she was impressed with the conviction that an organization of such magnitude as the Women's Christian Temperance Union should have a large weekly paper to properly represent it. Its only organ at this time was Our Union, a 4-page monthly paper. The following year, she founded the Women's Temperance Publishing Association, and January 1880, the first number of the Signal was published, a large 16-page weekly paper. 2 years later, Our Union was merged with it, and it became the national organ of the society, the Union Signal. It has an immense circulation and is read by at least 500,000 of persons every week. To Mrs. Carse is also due the credit of starting the first stock company entirely composed of women, as no man can own stock in the Women's Temperance Publishing Company. She started it with a capital stock of $5,000, which has been increased to $125,000 from having but 1 paid employee. It now has 135 persons on its payroll. The association owns all its own presses, which turn out millions of pages of temperance literature every year. Its receipts for 1891 were $250,000. It has paid a handsome dividend to its stockholders for the last 8 years. Mrs. Carse has been the president and financial backer of the association since its first inception. In 1885, she began planning for the great building, the Women's Temperance Temple of Chicago, the national headquarters for the Women's Christian Temperance Union, which, though only just completed, has attained a national celebrity, and is considered by those who are judges the most beautiful office building in America architecturally, as well as in its artistic interior. The ground is valued at $1 million. The building costs $1,200,000. The rentals from the building will bring in an annual income of over $200,000. The capital stock is $600,000, one half of which is now owned by the Women's Christian Temperance Union. Mrs. Carse is using her utmost endeavor to secure the entire ownership of the stock for the Women's Christian Temperance Union before the dedication of the building. Mrs. Carse is also president and founder of the Women's Dormitory Association of the Columbian Exposition, which has been established for the purpose of erecting dormitories for the accommodation of working women who attend the exposition, affording them clean and comfortable rooms at the rate of 40 cents a day. Buildings sufficient to accommodate 5,000 persons daily are about to be erected at a cost with furnishings of $150,000. This work she does in connection with the Board of Lady Managers of the World's Columbian Exposition, of which she is a member. She was the first woman in Cook County to be appointed on the school board, where she served a term of years with great acceptability. Her name appears on several charitable boards as a director. For years, she was a member of the board of the Home for Discharged Prisoners. She is also on the Free Kindergarten Board, and she is a member of the Women's Club of Chicago. In all the wide range of charities to which she has given active help, the one that probably lies nearest her heart and to which she has given a stronger hand of aid than to any other, helping to raise for its buildings and maintain tens of thousands of dollars, is the Chicago Foundlings Home, the Reverend Dr. George E. Shipman being its founder. She established its aid society and has been its president for many years. Concerning the Temperance Temple, the following letter from Mrs. Carse gives the history of that enterprise in a manner which tells the story far more vividly than any other description of the work could convey. Letter from Mrs. Carse, Chicago, January 23, 1891. Dear White Ribboners, I am requested to send you a personal letter in regard to the history and present status of the Temperance Temple. If I say some things I have said before, I trust I may be pardoned, as history, if truthful, cannot vary much. It was in 1883 that I first commenced thinking about the erection of a great temperance building. The national headquarters of the WCTU had been removed from New York to the more central city of the nation, Chicago, and I felt that here was the place for a beautiful temple, different from any the world had ever seen, fitted for the needs of the age, uniting beauty and utility, a great building, within whose ample walls a quiet, retired, holy place could be found, where devout souls who mourn over the immorality and intemperance of the world could meet and supplicate God daily to save the nation's homes. It would also be the headquarters of the largest organization of women the world has ever seen. Besides all this, it must be a humming hive of business. From its rentals would be realized a princely income, not to go into the pockets of the rich to make them richer, but to be expended in educating the land in temperance and righteousness. Moreover, this beautiful temple should be the gift largely of women and little children, a gift which they would lovingly lay at the feet of Him who is woman's great emancipator, the Lord Jesus Christ. Daily the plan unfolded and grew. It became my thought by day and my dream by night. I became conscious as if a voice from the heavens had announced it, that I was to undertake the erection of such a building. A wonderful baptism of faith seemed granted me. I became possessed with the thought that death could not overtake me until the building was erected, until the work my Father had given me to do was accomplished. So strong was I in this belief that if all the world had said it could not be done, I would have gone on just the same. I went to our national president, Miss Frances E. Willard, who is always ready for the next thing, a woman whose vision is so keen, so intuitive, so spiritual, that she sees with prophetic eye what the coming century will bring, almost with as much clearness as she knows what the past one has unfolded. I told her of the pattern the Lord had given me of a new temple for the 20th century, that I had heard his voice saying to the temperance women of the nation, "The set time has come. Arise and build." She entered heartily into the plan, and the first article on the temple ever written for publication was written by her and printed in the Union Signal of July 22, 1887. Do not imagine that I merely sat down and dreamed over the erection of such a building. Nothing of the kind. I consulted with architects, real estate dealers, and well-known reliable businessmen who had made a success of erecting large office buildings. I unfolded to them my plan of raising money for the building. They assured me it would be a success if I could raise the money as I proposed. It was 5 years from the time the plan was first given me until it crystallized into an incorporated company, July 13, 1887. The cornerstone of the temple was laid with unique and impressive ceremonies, November 1, 1890. It was a consummation I had long looked forward to with desire unutterable. Mountain on mountain of difficulty God had removed to allow the plan to culminate, as it did, November 1st. Work upon the building is going steadily forward. Every stone in it seems to me to be an answered prayer. It gives promise of great solidity and beauty. Those who know say it will be the most beautiful building of the kind in America. Yours, for the building of the temple, Matilda B. Carse. The following brief sketch of the remarkable career of Mrs. Frank Leslie has been reprinted from the New York Graphic of 1888. Her wonderful success in the face of seemingly insurmountable obstacles furnishes an inspiring example for other women confronted by similar unforeseen misfortunes. The story of a woman of business. This is the story of a beautiful woman of business. It is a tale of a rich woman who inherited only debts and an opportunity. In 6 years she has paid the debts and made a gold mine of the opportunity. Her name is Frank Leslie, and she is the widow and successor of the man who founded the great publishing house of Frank Leslie. It was not enough to found this house. It must be perpetuated. So Frank Leslie married his wife, and of all the world he alone understood the full significance of his marriage. She was to set up the monument he died in raising. His last words to his wife were, "Go to my office, sit in my place, and do my work till my debts are paid." She did more. She made her fortune. At the Old Guard ball last February, a striking-looking woman in a proscenium box excited universal attention. New Yorkers pointed her out with a sort of brotherly pride. Of medium height and perfect figure, a shapely head above a full white throat and arched neck, the head crowned with tawny hair and studded with big sapphires for eyes, a firm yet mobile mouth that showed pearls between her lips matching the diamonds in her ears, in a Worth gown of white brocade and the jewels of an empress. She was brilliantly conspicuous. Very much of a woman, clearly enjoying dresses and diamonds and the compliments of the generals of brigade who crowded her box, without doubt fond of bonbons and bonnets, with the self-possession of one who knows she can't do wrong in the eyes of those about her. A stranger would have been charmed with her as a type of American beauty and feminine hopelessness, and then looking again, catching something forceful and dominant in her carriage, a glimpse of the thought behind the laughter in her eyes, he would have accepted without question the statement that she had purchased that day 2,700 tons of white paper for use in her business. It was Frank Leslie. Faced with a mighty task, Mrs. Leslie came down to her husband's office the day after his death, and black care perched on the chair behind her. No one woman, not a reigning sovereign, has ever been called to face mightier tasks. Her husband's affairs were in the hands of an assignee. He had contracted $300,000 of debts to place his publishing business on a paying basis, and having placed it there, he died. But not before he had been forced to make an assignment and sacrifice all he had to meet inexorable demands. The creditors had agreed to accept the discharge of their debts out of the proceeds of the business. Leslie's death seemed a chance to absorb the business. Only his widow and heiress stood between them, and what they saw about to become a magnificent property. And her position was insecure and ambiguous through a suit that had been instituted to break her husband's will. It was an odd sort of heroine to step into such a breach that came down to the deserted office on that winter's morning. A woman inexperienced, luxurious, with no more knowledge of saving money than of making it. A Louisiana Creole, of French extraction by birth, a woman of society by habit, of letters by choice, and of misfortune and suffering by circumstances. She seemed little likely to withstand the sinister forces against her. She proved to be a sort of commercial Joan of Arc. With 9 lawsuits on her hand, she found time to master the details of the business. The respect and sympathy of her staff grew to admiration. She showed herself a masterly executive, a brilliant news-gatherer, and an inspiring leader. She made the world hear of her and buy her magazines. She found her profits in her economies. She worked from 8 in the morning till 8 at night, and the days were too short for her activities, and she went back to her hard bed in her carpetless attic chosen, in spite of her big revenue, until she should have paid her husband's creditors to the uttermost. An emergency well met. In the midst of her struggles came a sortie from the enemy. It was sharp and bitter. The creditors made upon her what they conceived to be an impossible demand. Alarmed at the energy, self-reliance, and enterprise which threatened them with the payment of their claims, and a consequent frustration of their designs on the business, they agreed to crush her by a single blow. They called for $50,000 to be paid in 10 days on penalty of forfeiture. She was in a terrible position. As yet she had no standing in court. She had no ready money, and nothing to mortgage, for the property was still in the hands of the assignee. She knew the serious danger, the almost hopelessness of her position. She thought, but vainly, dear old Dr. Deems, who knew of her trouble, prayed. And then a curious thing happened. A boy in the art department of Frank Leslie's publishing house lived in Brooklyn, and among his acquaintances was a rich and charitable woman named Eliza Jane Smith. Frank Leslie had given this boy his chance, and he felt deeply for his benefactor's widow. Suddenly he said to himself, why not talk it over with Mrs. Smith? He interested his friend. She called on Mrs. Leslie. She volunteered to lend her $50,000. Such is the power of human sympathy. Mrs. Leslie had 5 years in which to pay the loan, but the first installment falling due on November 1st, she paid the entire amount with interest on the last day of October. That is to say, in 5 months, out of the profits of the business. And this is not a page out of child's storybook. Since that remarkable incident, Mrs. Leslie's career had been one of uninterrupted prosperity. She has built up a magnificent business, and her income is fully $100,000 a year. She has vindicated her husband's confidence, and has made her many publications potent influences for progress and enlightenment. With no fortune but her talent, she has met the world and conquered it. She is very far from resting on her laurels. When she travels, and she has been everywhere, she gathers material for work. Some of her cleverest letters from abroad have been written during days of arduous sightseeing and nights of long receptions. In London, in Paris, in Rome, in Vienna, in Berlin, in Madrid, she is still at home and among friends. She lives in New York at 123 West 39th Street. She works there harder than ever, writing for the syndicates as well as her own publications, and dressing and dining and playing my Lady Beautiful through it all. She is a rare instance of voluntary consecration to work. She has money enough to be lazy, but her enjoyment of life doesn't come in that way. How she has won. How has she done it all? By a bold and decisive mind, the audacity of genius, tireless energy, and the perfection of physique. The child Miriam Florence Feline was a fragile creature, a delicate Huguenot exotic in the French quarter of New Orleans. the woman Frank Leslie by order of the Court of Common Pleas, that the name might be preserved in law as well as memory, is the perfection of physical development. By the exercise of all her faculties, physical and mental, she has kept her whole nature in perfect equilibrium. Her handwriting is characteristic, the characters large, the strokes firm with a notable upward impulse, regular, connected, and flowing, and she has never lost an intellectual opportunity. She speaks English, French, Spanish, and Italian with fluent perfection, besides understanding Latin. She has read much and seen more, and welded into her own originality her studies and reflections and experiences. Much as she owes to nature, she owes more to herself. She proves that genius is a capacity for hard work, that significant success comes like the onward creeping dawn, and is no blast of heat lightning. Whatever she has done, too, she has done as a woman, in a womanly way. She has found her sex has rights enough when it wants to employ them. Her social life. Mrs. Leslie's salon is one of the institutions of the town. She is the Madame Adam of New York. At them you meet all sorts of people worth knowing, and very few that are not distinguished for something or other. She gives her invitations on the famous receipt of Mrs. Whome, whom not to know in London is to argue one's self unknown. Millions for amusement, not one line for tribute. Lots of nobs and noblemen go to Mrs. Whome's, but they must be more than noblemen. Plenty of society people are to be found at Mrs. Leslie's, but they are all somebodies outside the drawing room. Mrs. Leslie is great as a hostess, full of sympathy and tact and bonhomie. She has a large fund of good stories, and doesn't have to go outside her own experiences for their subjects. Since she has been rich and, in a way, public property, her mail has brought her daily a catalogue of almost every desire flesh is heir to. These petitions she delegates to her secretaries, and sometimes find people really worth relieving. But as a rule, worthy objects of charity don't write begging letters. It goes without saying that she has all in the way of apartments, horses, wardrobe appointments suitable to a woman of her artistic tastes and full purse. It is a wonderful story, isn't it? And a noble woman, nobly planned, is the heroine. End of section 43.
Section 44 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Queens of the Shop, the Workroom, and the Tenement by Katharine Pearson Woods. Author of Meserot, Shoemaker, A Web of Gold, etc. Reprinted by the permission of the Cosmopolitan and author. Queens you must always be, queens to your lovers, queens to your husbands and your sons, queens of higher mystery to the world beyond, which bows itself and will forever bow before the myrtle crown and stainless scepter of womanhood. Ruskin. As the unwise, inequitable, and defective features of our present economic conditions inevitably tend to reduce all who live by their own labor to debasing poverty and dependence, and as the suffering and degradation resulting from this system bear most heavily upon women who support themselves by their own labor. We have formed the Women's Society, believing that relief and rescue for those women now oppressed and wronged cannot come without their united effort and mutual association. Preamble to the Constitution of the Working Women's Society. To enumerate the different trades by which the women in New York are endeavoring not to live, that, for many of them, is as utterly unattainable a goal as the end of the rainbow. But simply to postpone as long as possible their appearance at the morgue or the cemetery. To attempt to do this would be useless. Briefly, they may be divided into certain broad classes, such as medicine, literature, education, manufacturers, and domestic service. Under medicine, we include the lady doctor and the unskilled hired nurse. Under literature, we shade down from the editor or fashionable lioness through typewriters, stenographers, and compositors to the book stitchers and folders, and the gold leaf girl, while manufacture covers everything from silk weaving to buttonhole making. Now, in all these trades or professions, it remains emphatically true that there is room at the top. The woman of exceptional ability who knows her niche in life and climbs upward to it with unflinching courage and unswerving will usually attains it, though often at the price of treading under her more feeble sisters. The editor of a popular paper or magazine does not often quarrel with her salary. The fashionable milliner or dressmaker can command her own price. The lady professor has her own work and her own reward. But queens? Which is correct, Ruskin or the Working Women's Society? To the credit of the noble profession of letters, let it be spoken, it knows no distinction of sex. There is neither Jew nor Greek, bond nor free, male nor female, when one comes within sound of a printing press, chiefly because what is wanted is work of a certain kind and grade, and also in the lower ranks of the profession because of the intelligence and strong organization of the typographical union, which admits women upon exactly the same footing as men. Compositors receive on an average $12 a week. Their work is piecework entirely. Their hours are comparatively short and the wages in almost every instance sure. Stenographers and typewriters have often a hard struggle to secure a foothold. They have unions, but they are rather social clubs than trades unions. Their wages run from $6 to $8 a week, up to $12 and even $18. Their success usually depends on their own business ability, and they receive, in all but the rarest instances, all that their employers agreed to pay them. Education is considered the particular business of women. Perhaps for that very reason it is one of the worst paid businesses in the world. The salaries of men who engage in it are double those of women, who do better work and more of it. Into the servant girl question we shall not go at present. It would in itself require a volume, and there remains therefore the one department of manufactures. Among these there are 4 trades which are injurious, that is a weak word, but murderous to women. They are artificial flower making, cigar or cigarette making, working on ostrich feathers, and sewing in all its forms. I may also mention the girls who work in soap factories and whose business it is to wrap these separate cakes, while hot, in paper. The caustic soda used in the manufacture first turns their nails yellow, then eats away the ends of their fingers. There seems no way to help this, as the deftness of touch required would be, of course, impossible if the workers wore gloves. It is indeed only possible to any given set of workers for a very short time, but there are always plenty to take their places when they drop out. And though one wonders sometimes what becomes of them, there does not seem to be any answer. A machine which should wrap the soap and save their fingers would also throw the majority of them out of employment, and they would probably bitterly oppose its introduction. The arsenic used in making artificial flowers is, in about 2 years, almost invariably fatal to the workers, who exhibit all the symptoms of arsenical poisoning, sores on the face and hands, swelling of the limbs, finally nausea and convulsions. Arsenic is, however, about the cheapest dye that can be used. Workers in tobacco suffer from nicotine poisoning, which kills in a less repulsive manner, but no less surely. And the feather workers suffer also from poisonous dyes used in the manufacture. The slightest prick of a finger with the needle allows the dye to mingle with the blood. The mention of the needle, that ancient emblem of womanhood, brings us to sewing women of all grades. cloak makers, shirt makers, everything makers. At first glance, this trade seems healthful enough, and so indeed, in itself, it is. And it is so pleasant, so thoroughly womanly to sew. There are so many bright fancies stitched into the work, or evolved by the whir of the sewing machine. It seems inhumanly cruel, therefore, to make this special trade the means of the most grinding oppression that can be or is practiced upon women. But why should one trouble to write about this class of workers, or indeed any class? What good does it do? Yes, said one woman with whom I spoke, there was a lady around here about 3 years ago asking the same questions. But it didn't help nobody. No, I suppose not, I said. Then why do they ask them? She returned with absolute justice. This woman was out of work, but better off than some, inasmuch as she had neither husband nor children to support. She has worked hard all her life, and is now past middle age, thin and worn, with a face of quiet hopelessness, and long, thin, pathetic hands. She is a very fair specimen of the American working woman, the development of the girl who came to the city full of hope and energy to get work. She has been told that industry and economy are the high road to wealth. But she does not aim at wealth, only to lay by a little against a rainy day. So she hires a furnished room and does her own cooking. Heaven save the mark. A cup of very strong tea and baker's bread. Upon this, with sometimes a relish, she makes 2 meals a day, and she works 12, 14, 16, 18 hours. Consequently, when youth leaves her, which it does very speedily, health goes with it. She has no reserve force of vitality to draw upon, for overwork and underfeeding have exhausted that as she went along. She drops out of the ranks and goes, where? God knows. May he help her. The woman of whom I have spoken is or was a cloak maker. I make the cloak, she said, all but the machine stitching and pressing. Yes, madam, buttonholes and all. If I'm kept busy all the time, and no delays, I can make $6 a week. But there's many delays. The boss, he says, now I'll give you $1.40 or $1.50 for that jacket, he says, or that plush coat, and that doesn't sound bad. But when I baste it together and send it to be stitched, the stitcher's work is ahead of mine, and I must wait half an hour or an hour to get it back again, for I've no other coat to work on between whiles. Then, when I've done it all, there's maybe no more work ready, and I wait. I've waited as much as 3 days to get some more, and then been told there was no more for me. And the forelady, she can be very ugly when she likes. If she has a spite on you, she gives you work you don't like, and if you name it to her, you can go, she says. It's them Italians that spoil everything, she went on. They come over here and they'll work for next to no wages at all. An Italian can live on 10 cents a day, and no American can do that. And they can run the machine faster than a woman. Them Italians and Polish Jews seem to be the bane of the clothing trade from the workers' side. In the department of ladies' cloaks, as of men's clothing, they reign supreme, and male foreigners are taking the places of American women because they work cheaper, or by reason of their greater muscular strength more rapidly. There are 1,200 women tailors in New York working on men's clothing. These work from 5 or 5:30 a.m. until 7 and 8 o'clock p.m. The male worker receives $18 a week and is expected to stitch up from 12 to 14 coats a day. The woman finishes the same number and receives $6 a week. That limit of $6 is one which it seems almost impossible to overpass. She who can count upon it is considered fairly well off. $9 for the very few who attain it is absolute wealth. Dressmaking is also a favored industry with the Italians. Almost any morning upon Broadway, one may see 1 or 2 Italian women, bowed, miserable, and filthy, each of whom carries upon her head a bundle about 10 feet long, 4 or 5 feet broad, and of the same thickness. My own first impression regarding this sight was, what a bundle of rags! But they are costly rags. She has received them from a fashionable clothing house, and she is carrying them home to the tenement where she resides. Here, amid filth and vermin inconceivable, they are made into robes of the latest style, returned to the factory to be draped, and then may be seen behind the plate-glass windows of uptown stores. Some idea of the risk run by this method of manufacture may perhaps be gained from the fact that the foreman and 4 ladies who come into contact with these workers bring home living remembrances to their uptown boarding houses. The prices for which these Italians work, and to which they are lowering or have lowered the wages of all the trade, may be estimated from one instance. They make ladies' tea gowns, except the buttonholes, for $1.50 a dozen. Shirt making has had a bad name as an industry since Hood wrote his Song of the Shirt, nor does the invention of the sewing machine appear to have benefited the worker. In this trade the average earnings are about $4 a week. Some make even less, others more. About 5 years ago, I am told, the average wages were about $8, but within 5 months there were 3 reductions. The first workers, at least those in one particular factory, took without rebelling. At the second they murmured, at the third they struck. "We were not organized," one of them said to me, "but we struck all the same, and organized afterward." Well, they held out for a while. Then they gave us one half. The other half we got in August without asking. "And yet wages have steadily gone down," I said. "Because they broke up our organization," was the reply. The next August they closed their factory on purpose, and the girls, being thrown out of work, drifted off in various directions. The employers did it to break up our organization. "What can women get who make shirts that retail 50 cents?" I said. "Oh, those are made in reformatories," was the reply. All counters of cheap underwear are supplied from reformatories. Not long ago, Mrs. L. M. Barry, well known as a knight of labor and defender of women, found such preternatural bargains at Wanamaker's in Philadelphia that she determined to find out about them. She obtained employment as a machine hand and soon found out from the wages paid that the cheap goods were not of home manufacture. Further inquiries satisfied her that they, as usual, came from reformatories. Now, there is no reason for prejudice against prison or reformatory work as such, for in respect of cleanliness and good sanitary conditions, it is preferable to much made outside. That for which the unions object is the low rate at which the work is contracted for, which injures those within the prison equally with those without. Shop girls, or salesladies as they prefer to be called. Here the great evils are excessive hours, working overtime without extra pay, unwholesome sanitary conditions, and excessive fines. Just here it may not be amiss to speak of the Working Women's Protective Union, number 19 Clinton Place, whose special mission it is to collect wages which the worker cannot collect for herself. It has been in operation for 27 years and has collected in that time thousands of dollars worth of wages due without 1 cent of cost to the person wronged. But fines are beyond the reach of even this union. From them there seems to be no redress, although upon what principle a woman who receives $7 a week is fined 30 cents for 10 minutes tardiness, I confess myself unable to see. $7 is by no means the usual wages per week, which range from $2 to $18, the latter to a girl of good figure who can show off cloaks in the cloak department. In one store, the fines in 1 year amounted to $3,000, which was divided between the superintendent and the timekeeper, and the former was heard to charge the latter with lack of strictness. So much for the slave drivers. The owners also have their pick at the bones of the slave, for in many houses employees are expected to take from 2 to 3 weeks' holiday in the dull season at their own expense. This on a salary of, say, $3 a week. Is it possible to live pure, upright lives under such conditions? Thank God it is possible, as is attested by the thousands who maintain their integrity in spite of all hindrances. But it is more than hard. It has been well said that while men's wages cannot fall below the starvation line, women's can, since the paths of shame are always open to her. This is a terrible factor in our political economy. Why write of these things? Where is the remedy? God help us if we cannot find one, for the souls of the upcoming generation lie in the hands of these women, and we shall never be the people we should and might be until we have learned that it is the first and most important business of a nation to protect its women, not by any puling sentimentality of queenship, chivalry, or angelhood, but by making it possible for them to earn an honest living. For this, the only method is union among women. The best hope is in the women themselves. For men, as hard as they have been to women workers, are now being driven by the pressure of their competition, by the effect which women's low rate of wages has had upon theirs, to see that their own interest demands her enfranchisement and elevation. The unions are opening to her. She has long been free of the guild among the Knights of Labor, whose preamble sets forth among the things to be accomplished by the organization equal wages for equal work, without regard to sex. The newly formed clothing unions are ready to welcome her, but woman shrinks back from organization. Heaven knows why. It is perhaps because in organization one finds the truest freedom, and woman has been a slave too long to know what freedom means. Then, too, we are so hard upon each other, we women. It is so difficult to make us trust one another, to create in us the feeling of real sisterhood, and our weakest point is just where our strongest should be. It is in those women workers who have found or made a standing place for themselves, and who by no means wish to be classed as working women. What could not the educated workers of New York do for their struggling sisters, teachers, writing, stenographers, and such like? It would have been amusing to a student of human nature, had it not been so infinitely sad, to watch the look of scorn which rose to the surface at the question, "Can you give me any points about your business? I am studying the working women of New York." "I know nothing about working women," came the quick, short answer. Some of the things that might be done are shown to us by the two societies already quoted. The Working Women's Society aims to organize women, to teach them the strength and self-respect that organization brings. Among its remaining aims, as set forth in the preamble, are to enforce existing laws for the protection of women and children in factories, to investigate and protest against all violations of these laws, and to promote further legislation on this subject, to found a labor bureau, and to secure for both sexes equal pay for equal work. On May 6, 1890, a mass meeting was held at Chickering Hall under the auspices of this society and over 100 clergymen. A report on the condition of women and children in the New York retail stores was read, which ought to have caused the very stones to cry out. A preamble and resolutions were adopted, and it was attempted to start a Consumers' League, the members of which should pledge themselves to buy at only such stores as should be included in a white list, the obverse of a boycott. There could be no possible objection, provided a sufficient number of stores could be found where employees were treated fairly well. But will it be possible to find consumers enough to found the League? Wealthy women of New York, attention. This is your business. Will you give up your bargain counter? For it is the wealthy who seek bargain counters for the sake of your suffering, starving sisters. The work of the Protective Union, as already explained, is very different but equally useful. It would seem that, small as the wages are, it is a mere matter of course that the workers should receive them when they are due. But whether this be so or not, the books of the Union abundantly testify. Some methods of defrauding an employee it has almost broken up, such, for example, as taking girls on trial without wages to learn a business, and when they asked to be paid, turning them off and taking on a new set. The union has taught the workers to demand a written contract, the keeping of which it stands ready to enforce. Against other wrongs it is powerless, but this, a violation of contract, it sets straight with all its might. Its scope is limited, but it does well all it attempts without money and without price. No officer is allowed to receive any salary. The lawyer has given his service gratis for 23 years. Each case is carefully and impartially investigated, and if the money is due, payment is enforced if there is any property to levy upon. If not, the offender may be imprisoned for 15 days if a man. If a woman, there is no redress. A bit of chivalry on the part of the law which appears after the facts we have been considering, exceedingly ill-timed, when taken in connection with the fact that your most arrant and barefaced defrauder of her working people is your high-class fashionable dressmaker. A small attempt on the part of workers to help themselves is the Cooperative Shirtmakers, 770 3rd Avenue. It was a little pathetic to hear from them that they have been together 5 years, longer than most cooperative things hold together. They are thoroughly bright, intelligent women, large-hearted and large-minded, with full sympathy and sisterly love for their sex. Not all of their members work together. Of those who do, no one receives more than her regular wages. The profits, if any, are divided between a sinking fund to increase the business and a benefit fund for sick members. I have not tried to exhaust this subject. In fact, it is inexhaustible. Only to say such things as may perhaps open the eyes of some one person to the lives that are being lived through around us. And yet, what good will it do? But God help us all unless we change this state of things, and that right speedily. This is the end of section 44. Section 45 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. Women Clerks in New York by the Marquisa Clara Lanza, author of A Modern Marriage, A Golden Pilgrimage, etc., reprinted by the special permission of the Cosmopolitan and author. The close of the 19th century brings us face to face with many noteworthy progressive movements that point triumphantly to the promotion of free thought, but perhaps none is more vital and significant than the progress that is based upon a high standard of womanly independence and is the direct outcome of a purely feminine inspiration. With the increase of educational advantages has come a corresponding evolution in habits and manners. Old-time prejudices lie buried. Work has become fashionable. By work I do not mean dilettante dalliance with the implements of labor, but actual exercise of brain and muscle as a means of livelihood. Feminine dignity is nowadays in no ways imperiled by legitimate employment used as a means of existence. It is an accepted fact and one that is wholly in accordance with a proper American spirit of democracy, that girls should be educated with a view to earning their own living, a specified and sustained occupation having in end a definite purpose is undoubtedly a help to every human being. 25 or 30 years ago, it was natural for a girl to look forward to marriage as embodying all that was of consequence in life. Not to have done so would have stamped the bold Philistine with the fatal brand of eccentricity, and had she perchance gone yet further and dared to fling conventionality to the winds by earning her bread in a sphere of employment hitherto confined to the sterner sex, her genteel acquaintances would have passed by on the other side, not so much from a snobbish sense of superiority as from a deep-rooted conviction that the unfortunate woman in question had deliberately plunged into the very vortex of sin and humiliation. We have happily changed all this. Marriage is good enough, of course, but it is regarded rather as a possible chance or accident than as a necessary means to an end. And moreover, mankind has awakened to the consciousness that there are important considerations in the world beyond plain sewing and teaching dull little boys the alphabet. Any woman who has brains and willing hands finds 20 remunerative occupations open to her where formerly she would have found merely the inevitable to plain sewing or the dull little boys. All she has to do is to make her choice and then buckle on her armor of perseverance while the world applauds. To her credit be it said that woman, in striving to attain in certain lines of action the eminence already occupied by man, has not proved herself by any means a failure. She has shown herself to be fully his equal in physical endurance and mental capacity. Among the woman workers in New York, there are none who afford a more interesting study than the vast army of clerks. The work of a clerk being admirably adapted to the sex, you may count almost on the fingers of one hand the number of years that have elapsed since the woman clerks appeared. Yet so prevalent have they become in all our large cities that one might say they have entirely superseded the men in this particular department. 9 employers out of 10 prefer women as clerks. If this statement appears to be a sweeping one, it can be verified by the fact that the demand for women as clerical workers is steadily on the increase, while men stand a comparatively poor chance of securing positions. The circumstance is amply justified by many reasons, not the least of these being the superior quality of the work performed by women. Speaking not long ago to the head of a large publishing house where women were employed as cashiers and bookkeepers, I ventured to ask whether the women compared favorably with men in the fulfillment of their respective duties. Women, was the answer, are much preferred for a number of reasons. They are capable and industrious, and so far as my personal experience goes, absolutely reliable. Besides, a woman is more conscientious about her work. Mathematical exactness in small things is a virtue not often accredited to women, but it can be cultivated as well as anything else. Double-entry bookkeeping is just as much an exact science as differential calculus. Do you see that fair-haired girl yonder? Pointing to a quiet-looking figure seated before a tall desk and a formidable ledger. Well, she is one of the most accomplished bookkeepers in New York. There is not one man in 100 who can compare with her. She has the whole thing at her fingers' ends. She never makes a mistake, and she never misses a day here from January to December. She comes in at 8:30 and remains till 6. None of my women clerks are irregular in their attendance. There is the cashier. She handles every penny that comes into the business, and I trust her implicitly. Her accounts are beautifully kept and always perfectly accurate. I wouldn't take men in place of these girls in any circumstances. Men are troublesome. They complain about trifles that a woman wouldn't notice. The office boys don't suit, or the temperature of the building is too hot or too cold, or the light is not properly adjusted. Then if they have a slight headache, they stay home. Most of them are married, and their wives fall ill, or their mother-in-law comes to visit, and all these things are made an excuse for absence. The women come whether they have headaches or not. They never want a day off to attend a baseball match. They undertake the work with full understanding of what is required of them, and they are steadfast in the performance of their duties. We treat them well and never refuse to grant them any trifling favor. There is only one thing we exact over and above their business qualifications. We do not employ a woman unless she lives at home with her family. This has the appearance of injustice, but if you reflect a moment, you will recollect that the temptations to which a woman living by herself is exposed in a great city are manifold and dangerous. And for our own sake, we find it necessary that our clerks, like Caesar's wife, should be above suspicion as to character and antecedents. We must know all about them and their families. The cashier who is here now did not have a regular course of instruction at a business college. She had a relative, an uncle or a cousin, well established in business, and who trained her privately for the position she occupies. She has been accustomed to office work ever since she was a child. The above proved conclusively that capability and a readiness to work did not, in every instance, ensure a desirable occupation to the woman who sought it. A girl who had no family and who was obliged to depend upon her individual exertions for the food she ate and the clothes she wore could not hope to get any position of trust. A woman who handles large sums of money that do not belong to her must be surrounded on all sides by a definite respectability, and while it sounds a bit quixotic to insist that she must have family connections over and above all her other virtues, it is perfectly just in the abstract. Unfortunately, respectable relations cannot be manufactured to order. Therefore, she who has them not would better become a typewriter, a stenographer, or a telegraph operator. The large schools of stenography and typewriting turn out annually hundreds of women who rank easily with the most accomplished men clerks. Typewriting, being in great demand, is perhaps the most lucrative of the minor employments open to women. It is claimed that the market is decidedly overstocked with typewriters, and that there are not enough positions for the largely increasing number of candidates. But this is a mistake. The market may be overcrowded with women who claim to be typewriters and stenographers, but in reality there is not a sufficient number of well-trained and capable clerks to supply the demand. By far the greatest difficulty I have to contend with, says Miss Seymour, who presides over the Union School of Stenography and Typewriting, is to keep my best operators with me. Although I pay them liberal salaries and do everything I can to secure their services permanently, they are in constant receipt of offers that men would be glad to receive. Many pupils of the school receive offers of positions at salaries varying from $8 to $12 a week before they have finished the 6 months course of instruction. I mention this for the purpose of showing how popular the employment of women clerks has become. That is, if they are properly trained for the work. It is positive that an intelligent woman is especially fitted for clerical work. If she does not succeed, her failure is due to faulty training. Businessmen tell me they prefer women as shorthand amneuses for one particular reason. It is because, contrary to accepted tradition, women are less likely than men to disclose the business secrets of their employer. Then, too, they are more faithful and more apt to remain for a long period in the service of one employer. Of course, a number of employers engage women under the prevailing impression that they will work for lower wages. But while this is true in the majority of cases, it is equally true that efficient women can command as high salaries as men, particularly if they refuse to work for less, which is usually the case. Typewriting and stenography are not of themselves very difficult of comprehension or execution, and it does not take long in order to familiarize one's self with either. But a clerk who wishes to succeed must know many more things. She must possess a ready knowledge of English composition and orthography. She must be able to punctuate properly and, above all, be quick to grasp an idea. Large numbers of girls spend their last penny in an attempt to fit themselves for clerical work, only to discover that owing to their rudimentary education and total inaptitude, it is impossible for them to fill any responsible position. A few study and persevere, contenting themselves with a meager salary of $5 or $6 a week, perhaps, and thus gradually work themselves up to a higher rung of the ladder. But there are scores of discouraged plodders who have not the spirit of hopeful aspiration to guide them, and these fall by the wayside and sink into obscurity, while their braver sisters pass on to victory. Special departments have been instituted in most of the business schools calculated to provide for similar instances of temporary incompetency, while further instruction is given in legal and technical terms, so that pupils who get through successfully are qualified to step at once into the lawyer's office or the author's study. I find, however, that many clerks complain of the enormous amount of work they are compelled to perform in law offices, to say nothing of the dry and uninteresting character of the labor itself. Another excellent feature of the schools lies in transitory employment given to pupils while they are pursuing their studies, thus enabling them to earn a little money, while at the same time they gain much valuable experience. Telegraph operators, insurance clerks, shorthand reporters, and proofreaders command wages in proportion to the proficiency with which their work is accomplished. A great number of these girls have relatives dependent upon them for support, so that it is hard very often to make both ends meet. I have in mind at this moment a girl of 20, a telegraph operator, who supports not only herself but a crippled and semi-imbecile brother. There is something pathetic about this little household, a couple of rooms in a West Side boarding house where the sun illumes fitfully the dreary interior. There is a gas stove in the corner and an easy-chair by the window. Here, beside a row of potted geraniums, the invalid brother sits all day, sits and looks with vacant eyes into the street, while the sister works and earns the money that pays the doctor and buys the medicine, that this useless existence may be prolonged. It must not be supposed that this dull-tinted vignette is by any means typical of a woman clerk's life. Quite the contrary. Most clerks have comfortable homes with their parents, and numbers of them enjoy not only the ordinary necessaries of life, but a considerable portion of its luxuries. As a rule, the clerk's entire salary is at her disposal for her personal requirements. She must dress neatly, and then there are petty vanities that every woman likes to indulge, no matter what her station may be. The woman clerk is rarely frivolous in her demeanor. She cannot afford frivolity. The mere fact of her self-dependence invests her with a certain outward dignity that one sees seldom displaced, even when brought into collision with the powerful exuberance of youthful animal spirits. Not that she is prim and puritanical. She does not eschew legitimate pleasure, nor regard amusement as superfluous. But she seems impressed by the consciousness that being forced to trust her mental resources for whatever she now has and is destined to enjoy in the future constitutes an inspiring duty that is not the less evident or sacred because it happens to devolve entirely upon herself. Temptations descend and threaten her, temptations whose very existence is ignored by those who, in the peaceful serenity of home and protected from the world, are dimly aware of the actual meaning of life and faintly appreciate the devastating force that lurks about, seeking so-called independence for its prey. If individual fidelity marks an interesting step on the road to progress, a great deal also depends upon judicious cooperation. There are several clubs and societies in New York that are maintained by clerical workers for the purpose of mutual advancement. One or two of these admit men as well as women to membership. These associations offer much that is both attractive and useful. A clerk, typewriter, or stenographer who is out of employment can practice at the club rooms. At a stated evening of each week, literary exercises are conducted for the benefit of those who desire to attend, and once a month some distinguished lecturer is invited to address the society. The initiation fee is $1, and additional monthly dues of 50 cents are demanded. So much for the actual conditions that surround women clerks in New York. But what of the future? In what special line of life and thought are these women casting their destiny? The majority are, undoubtedly, worthy and enterprising. Indeed, it stands to reason that a dying ambition or a sudden relaxation of the working stimulus would create a rapid decadence in the ranks. As this does not make itself anywhere apparent, we must infer that the existing relations between the employer and the employees are, on the whole, satisfactorily maintained on both sides. A woman dismissed from a profitable situation for laziness or raw inexperience would find her career practically ended. Where a man would in all probability secure other work to take the place of what he had lost, a woman would be more likely to remain inactive and lukewarm, a victim to her femininity. The matrimonial achievements of women clerks have become a species of national pleasantry. So many women employed in offices and mercantile houses have married men with whom they would hardly have come in contact in any other sphere, that the subject has long ceased to be a matter of speculation and has gradually drifted from witty comment to the more sober attention that bespeaks a recognized fact. It is curious, said not long ago the chief partner in a large insurance firm, but during the past year 5 of our best women clerks have married men of means and are now living in ease and leisure. How did they manage it? Well, it happened naturally enough, chiefly through business correspondence. It is very romantic, though one would not expect romance to be mixed up with insurance policies. Every insurance company has, of course, a policy department where all business connected with policies and their holders is transacted. At the head of this department is a forewoman who gets from $40 to $60 a week and who is in direct correspondence with the president and other officers. The policy department is divided into geographical sections. Each of these sections has a special room provided for its own business. These rooms are superintended by a head clerk with an assistant. The head clerk gets about $16 a week and conducts all the necessary correspondence with agents. The letters are dictated to a stenographer. The correspondence is a long one very often. The agents come to New York from the north, south, or west, as the case may be, visit the company offices, see all the girls at work, and, of course, ask which ones have been conducting special correspondences. If a girl happens to be pretty and modest, an acquaintance springs up, and at last Miss Blank announces to the forewoman that she intends to leave and get married. This happens again and again. Then, too, the girls are often brought into business relations with our men clerks and marry them. From all I am able to gather, the girls make good wives. There is nothing in clerical training that detracts from the finest womanly qualities, and men have outgrown their admiration for feminine helplessness and have come to look upon independence as something worth having. Clerical training educates the mind to accuracy in details, punctuality in the daily affairs of life, economy in the adjustment of time, and quickness of perception. Perhaps this is the reason why so many men choose a wife amid the deft-fingered clerks in preference to the society Mrs. The woman clerk has studied the value of concentration, learned the lesson that incites to work when a burden bears heavily upon her strength. She knows the worth of self-reliance and the fine courage that springs from the consciousness that a good result has been accomplished by a well-directed effort. This is the end of section 45.
Section 46 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by emmaweigham. What America Owes Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Women in Art and Music. Editorial. Art is the child of nature, yes, her darling child, in whom we trace the features of the mother's face, her aspect, and her attitude. Longfellow. Regarding the work of women in the field of art, Mrs. Susan N. Carter, principal of Cooper Union's Women's Art School, writes as follows in an article published recently in the North American Review. The artwork of women now past middle life was mostly confined in their early youth to copying with a crayon point the hatchings and the stipplings of French lithographs. In addition to such sallies, young women employed leisure moments in painfully duplicating with fine lead pencils the innumerable leaves of trees seen in engravings, while some old castle or round tower of a mill, in the portfolio of their drawing professor, excited great enthusiasm. The mothers of the present generation of girls recollect well this state of things, and they can also recall the square cross-stitch, done in Berlin wools, then usual for embroidering slippers and lamp mats. But our grandmothers were even more elementary than their daughters in their conception of art. When the young lady of that generation had finished her sampler in cruel work, and appended to this bit of embroidery a yellow canary bird eating impossible cherries from a tree scarcely taller than itself, or had fashioned with her needle a willow tree overhanging a white gravestone, above which a mourner was weeping, such examples constituted her artistic finishing, and she was deemed fit to enter society or to assume, often at the age of 15 or 16 years of age, the cares of wedded life. The large art schools of the country significantly indicate the direction art is taking. Among them, the Women's Art School of Cooper Union affords a suggestive example, and its sister schools through the country tell the same story of the broadened intellectual life of women. When we allude to the schools of Boston, Philadelphia, San Francisco and Washington, and mention the new buildings that have lately been erected for museums and schools in Minneapolis, Cincinnati and Chicago, and speak of the art departments connected with Harvard or Yale in which women have equal opportunities with men for study, to say nothing of the studios filled with art collections of such women's colleges as Vassar, Wellesley and Smith,
we see how large a field art now occupies, without counting the myriad children now learning to draw in public schools of the United States. The Art Students League, the Metropolitan Art Schools and the National Academy contain large classes of women. We have seen how girls in the last generation found their examples of art in the portfolio of their teacher. Illustrated magazines, which in themselves are now a liberal education, had at that time no existence. Good engravings were then rare, and photography had not been dreamed of. Now girls can dream over the Sistine Madonna in a photograph which gives nearly the full impression of the original, while an etching from Turner echoes the sentiment of that artist. One phase of art expresses itself through a small class of engravers, where delicate taste and deft handcraft appear. Here are found the principal compositions of Mrs. Mary Hallock Foote. In these she depicts remote Western life, but there is a more frequent type of artistic woman, composed of those without aptitude for untried paths, who are skillful in developing on the block the tone, values and graces of composition, which other artists have originated. In Charleston, SC, one young southern girl has an office for commercial engraving. Until she returned home from studying in the north, there was no such branch of work as hers along the southern Atlantic seaboard. In some of the western states, women have formed partnerships and gone into the business of engraving. Many interiors of dwellings and public buildings show that women decorators have worked successfully. The names of Mrs. Wheeler and Miss Revere Johnson are well known. The rooms of the Associated Artists in New York disclose a charming life. Modern tapestry is wrought here by hands that follow closely the methods of Beauvais and Bayeux. In other directions of beautiful embellishments, the art paper manufacturers have produced some of their best hangings from designs furnished by women. The silk factories of Messrs. Cherny owe to our art students patterns for brocade and satins, besides suggestions for weaving their splendid goods, which add to the sheen of satin the diaphanous effect of velvet, of which by various threads and surfaces increase their richness and beauty. Among new directions of art, pen and ink illustration furnishes a promising field. Girls and women are heard of who, content to be poor and unknown, are happy and serene in carrying out plans for stained glass or mural ornamentation in the studios of Mr. Lafarge, Mr. Tiffany, and other artists. We, Mrs. Maria Longworth Nicholas, now Mrs. Bellamy Storer, founded the Rockwood Potteries at Cincinnati. Miss Louise McLaughlin has the credit of rediscovering the Haviland underglaze. Cincinnati women have made their mark also as woodcarvers, have not dwelt at all on the oil and watercolour pictures made by women and seen in our exhibitions, but we have endeavoured to throw light into some of the byways of art which are subtly and surely affecting the life of this nation, though to what extent is generally little known. In this department, Miss Maud Hayward has given interesting glimpses of women in various art epochs, and Miss Helen Everston Smith has displayed painstaking research in her article on Women Art Patrons. Women in Music. Editorial. Music is the universal language of mankind. M. Longfellow. R. George P. Upton, in his delightful book entitled Women in Music, thus pays tribute to some American artists. With the proper study and the rightly directed culture, there is no reason why American women should not take leading places in the musical world, as they have exceptionally fine voices. Surely there is every impulse and incentive for study in the experiences of Adelina Patti, Emerald Bainey, Minnie Hawke, Marie Litter, Antoinette Sterling, Emma Osgood, Anna Louise Carey, Clara Louise Kellogg, Jessica Bartlett Davis, and other American women who have made themselves famous all over Europe. Among the young American women who have gained reputation for skilled playing upon the violin may be mentioned Miss Maud Powell, Miss Geraldine Morgan, Lenora von Stosch, Jeanne Franco, Mrs. Hugo Kramer, Lucille M. Dupre, Winifred Rogers, Dora Valeska Becker, Nettie Carpenter, Mrs. Stern, Florence Cooper, Anitza Tendori, Lillian Shattertuck, and others. Miss Marietta R. Sherman of Boston is perhaps the most famed among the women violinists of that city. She is the manager, conductor, and was the founder of the Boston Beacon Orchestral Club. Although not the creator, woman has inspired the creations and then interpreted them to the world. Mr. Upton thus eloquently writes, "Man may be the intellect of music, she is the heart and soul. What she has not done with music matters little, with the great glory and beauty she has given to music. No grander work can occupy her attention. Music was the first sound heard in the creation when the morning stars sang together. It was the first sound heard at the birth of Christ, when the angels sang together above the plains of Bethlehem. It is the universal language which appeals to the universal heart of mankind. Its thrill pervades all nature, in the hum of the tiniest insect, in the tops of the wind-smitten pines, in the solemn diapason of ocean, and there must come a time when it will be the only suggestion left of our nature and creation, since it alone of all things on earth is known in heaven. The human soul and music are alone eternal." End of section 46.
Section 47 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Women Artists by Maud Haywood. Chapter 46. Women Artists by Maud Haywood. Associate Editor, Ladies' Home Journal. In the onward progress of history, there come, periodically, times when it seems well to pause momentarily that we may, by gathering up and reviewing the past, gain some just idea of how we stand, wherein lie our strength and our weakness, what may be our future aims, and what be counted our gradually defined possibilities. Surely no opportunity could be more fitting than the present for such a purpose, when we may with advantage glance briefly at the position already attained by women in the art world in order, not so much to boast of what has already been attained, as to gain courage and inspiration that may bear fruit in the coming century. That the important share taken by women in the development of American national life has done much towards the shaping of its individual characteristics is undoubted. Today, women stand in a position that not so very long ago, if described prophetically, would have been deemed the mere idle picture of some dreamer's brain. Particularly is this true in all branches of artwork, wherein women are now holding their own, in a manner that must be a source of wonder to the elders even of our own generation, if we consider how small a part women have formerly played in the history of art. Looking backward, further than the 4 centuries of American civilized life, the completion of which we are celebrating, back to the early days of known history, it is surely a point worthy of notice that in nations where women were real factors in their social, historical, and literary progress, that no woman's name is handed down to us as famous in the art world. The Greeks, amongst whom, after a fashion, women were honored and idealized, produced a Sappho, but no female painter or sculptor that we know of. In modern days, the same fact may be remarked. Taking up a history of European art, we find in running our eyes over the pages that amongst all the famous names of the Renaissance period, not one woman is mentioned. Continuing our search down to the beginning of the 19th century, no female sculptor appears, and only 2 women painters of sufficient note to be recorded. They are Rahel Rouse, a flower painter, one of a family of Dutch artists, her date being given 1664 to 1750, and the famous Angelica Kauffmann, who belongs to the end of the 18th century, from which period a new era seems to have commenced for women in the history of art. Doubtless, from early times, they had shown themselves skilled in the more strictly feminine art of decorative embroidery, and had even produced pieces destined to be widely famous, as, for instance, the Bayeux tapestry executed by the Norman Matilda and her maidens. But in pictorial and sculptural art, women, throughout the earlier centuries, had created nothing worthy of fame, while in the last 100 years they have not only gained recognition, but progressed rapidly forward, winning laurels for their sex, since in the front rank of famous living painters they can point to Rosa Bonheur as their able representative. Since women first gained a foothold among artists and seemed gradually to more fully realize their own powers and possibilities, the advance made by them in the various branches of work has been so remarkable and so rapidly increasing that it augurs favorably for future achievements. By no means has the limit been reached of what women can do in art as compared with men, but the way has been cleared and the road pointed out. The sexes can now work side by side in competitions, women scoring their share of successes, where but a short time ago their existence even was ignored, and their works not admitted. This equality in chances for distinguishing themselves is yearly more general and more emphasized, so that now, in art at least, women have not so much to fight for their rights as to learn to make the best use of them, and to prove themselves worthy of their opportunities. The pioneer days are almost over, and the future looks very bright, but not so brilliant that even one, great or small, can afford to relax in efforts or aim. Women's difficulties in art, one may say, as a general statement, lie less in their talents and faculties than in their social position and domestic relations. Women, where they prove successful, owe it usually to their whole-hearted single devotion to their profession or calling, the entire concentration of their powers and interests being more essential for their achievements, in most cases, one may venture to say, than with men. Many a career has been broken off by the stepping in of new interests, to be resumed perhaps later in life, but never with the same fullness of enthusiasm that makes famous names. Women must realize that as a sex they are thus handicapped, but in America particularly, these natural drawbacks have been made less of, and so much has been achieved in spite of them, that we are almost tempted to think the more highly of women's inherent artistic gifts and possibilities, where we can perceive so fair a showing in the face of acknowledged difficulties. For what, in fact, can now be seen? At exhibitions, an increasing number of women's names in each annual catalogue. In sculpture, a woman recently proving successful in the competition of designs for a public statue, for which she was finally given the commission. In the more practical branches of decorative work, designing and illustration, women are not only numerous, but obtaining for their work prices at the same rates with men, where their ability is equal. So much has been gained. For the future, with words of encouragement need to be mingled those also of warning and advice, as reluctantly we realize the tendencies of many in our midst. American women should be true in their work and aims not only to their art and to their sex, but to their country, for in their hands lies partly the determination as to whether America shall have a national art worthy of her sons and daughters, whether her artistic productions shall be, not the mere copies of a bygone age, nor the borrowed fruit of foreign talent, but the living witnesses of original creative power within her. To prove this to the honor of her nation is the rightful vocation of every true woman artist of America. End of section 47. Read by CaptCalf, Denver, Colorado, March 28th, 2025.
Section 48 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Women Art Patrons by Helen Everston Smith, editor and journalist in connection with various magazines and periodicals. This title, used because it is short and comprehensive, requires an explanation. By art patronage is frequently implied merely the buying of works of art directly from the artists. The present meaning is broader. The term art patron is here applied to those who by gift or bequest have founded or helped to found and maintain galleries and museums of pictures, sculptures, or other objects of art, as well as free schools and scholarships for the purpose of art study. At first it was feared that our subject might afford too few figures for our canvas. Inspection proves that our small space will be crowded. Wealth and the higher grades of intellectual taste are not always found in association, even among men who have possessed the combination of brains and opportunity necessary to amass large fortunes. Among women, to whom the possession of great wealth is usually a matter of accident only, it has been supposed that the number of those who would use it for public benefit, especially in aesthetic lines, would be proportionately still smaller. But America is able proudly to boast of women who have given, for art purposes alone, sums which are estimated to amount in the aggregate to not less than $5 million. Had our inquiry included the wealth given to found and endow libraries and schools, this amount would have been more than quintupled. Even within our prescribed limits, a more close investigation might prove our estimate to be much too low, for it is probable that a great many women have given collections and founded free schools of design in our smaller cities and towns, which gifts, though of much local value, benefit but limited circles. Probably the most widely known gift of a woman for art purposes is the noble collection of paintings and the large fund to maintain it, which were left to the Metropolitan Museum Association of New York City by Miss Katharine Lorillard Wolfe. This collection, said to be, with possibly one exception, the finest in the Union, is the pride of New York City. Miss Wolfe is a true art lover. By nature and education, she was fitted to select the paintings which should deserve a place in a great public gallery. Her collection was the result of many years of careful study and thought. She was benevolent in all lines, but was sufficiently cultured to see that educating influences are of more value than aught else in preventing the need for more personal charities, and also that a powerful, if not always properly appreciated, educational influence is that of free art collections. This influence is far more widely extended than appears at first sight. Its benefits are not confined to artists or to connoisseurs. These are but few, while those who are aided are legion and are found in all classes. Even the artist-artisan class, large and constantly increasing as it is, embraces but a small proportion of those who are materially benefited by visits to galleries of works of art. That the sense of color, the eye for form, proportion, and perspective are thus educated is but a small part of the benefit confirmed. Insensibly but surely all our individual aims and surroundings are improved by our acquaintance with that which is best. This fact Miss Wolfe recognized. For this she deserved and will ever receive the thanks of the public. To give to New York City a collection of paintings which should be worthy of its acceptance and careful preservation was the pleasure and purpose of her life. She who was wealthy gave what she could, as worthily as the poor widow gave her 2 mites, and equally deserves the full credit of her act of far-sighted, discriminating generosity. To several other women the same museum is indebted for collections of great intrinsic and educational importance. The costly collection of art tapestries and other art objects left by the late Mrs. U.S. Coles is feared may not finally fall to the city, as there is some contention over the division of her estate. But the bequest of rare laces by Mrs. J.J. Astor and the gifts of Mrs. Lazarus and of Mrs. John Crosby Brown and others are sure and are of much importance as well as intrinsic value. The gift of the last name comes properly into our rapid survey because music is certainly one of the finest of the arts, and in her superior collection of musical instruments of all ages and peoples, Mrs. Brown has given a true history of the tone art. The collection given by the Mrs. Lazarus embraces, besides other things, many specimens of the jeweler's and lapidary's arts, as well as that of the miniature painter. It fills many large cases and is considered one of the most valuable in the museum. In addition to this collection, Mrs. Amelia B. Lazarus and Miss Emily Lazarus have lately given $24,000 to endow a free art scholarship. The interest of this sum is to be paid every 2 years to that male member of the museum's regular art classes who shall be declared by the prize committee to be the most worthy of this regard. The sum is to be spent in study in Europe in accordance with the program to be agreed upon between himself and the committee, to which he is also to report progress from time to time. As the benefits of this scholarship are limited to male students, it leaves room for hope that this generous family intend soon to present another which shall be open to women only. This would be a fitting and noble monument to the memory of their gifted relative, Miss Emma Lazarus, whose poems have stirred the hearts of many to whom she was personally a stranger. The art department of the Lenox Library has been enriched by the bequest of Mrs. Robert L. Stewart's collection of paintings and art objects, which, together with a cash legacy, are said to represent a value of nearly $500,000. In point of the money given for art purposes by any one woman, Philadelphia seems to have been the most fortunate of our cities, the late Mrs. Anna H. Wilstock having bequeathed to the Fairmount Park Association of that city 1/4 part of her whole estate. This includes a collection of about 200 pictures, some of which are very highly esteemed. It is computed that the whole bequest will not amount to less than $1.5 million. This great sum appears to be at the untrammeled disposal of the park commissioners to expend in erecting a gallery and in its proper care and extension. This is a most munificent gift, and it is to be hoped that wisdom may be displayed in its disposition. It is said that a part of the sum may be used as an endowment fund for a school of design. If so, Philadelphia will probably be, in this respect also, the most fortunate city in our country. The noble Drexel Institute already shows what may be accomplished with wisely expended millions. In the art museum attached to this great educational institution are some most beautiful and costly gifts from Mrs. G. W. Childs and from Mrs. J. W. Paul, Jr., in memory of the former's friend and the latter's mother, the late Mrs. A. J. Drexel. Memorials of this sort reflect luster as well upon those who bestow them as upon those whose memories they are intended to perpetuate. It has been said that our lives are just as long as the good or evil we have done shall continue. Money expended in this way may not seem to be as immediately useful as if spent upon charities, but in the long run, that long run which only the far-sighted can discern, educational influences and opportunities are the highest and farthest-reaching kinds of charity, for they prevent the need of alms. Another Philadelphia woman who has recognized this truth is Mrs. Bloomfield Moore, whose generosity in many lines has caused her name to be widely known and loved. Her rich and varied collection of objects of art is at home in 2 large rooms of Memorial Hall. It includes ceramics of various countries and eras, cabinet work, ivory carvings, specimens of ancient and modern Roman and Florentine jewelry, laces, textile fabrics, ancient glass, especially some beautiful specimens of Venetian and Bohemian wares, wood carvings of much curious or artistic interest and value, book bindings of wood and leather, illuminated missals, silverware, and fine old Flemish tapestries. While not complete in any one department, this costly collection of rare articles is of great value as being fairly representative of many lines of industrial art. To Philadelphia also belongs the credit of being the pioneer American city in the field of industrial art training, and it owes this worthy presence to the enthusiastic interest of a woman, Mrs. Sarah Peter. In her own house, nearly 50 years ago, she formed a class of young girls, for whose instruction she employed and paid a teacher. This formed the nucleus of what has grown to be the Philadelphia School of Design for Women, a large and useful institution which has since been generously aided by both men and women. The city of Cleveland, Ohio, has been especially favored with women who have exerted themselves or exercised their influence over others to establish art schools and galleries. Several years ago, Mrs. Harriet Kester started at her own residence in Cleveland a school of design for women. At first it had but 1 pupil. In the course of 3 years, it became necessary to engage rooms large enough to accommodate 300 pupils, and the gifts and labors of Mrs. Kester were supplemented by those of other women of taste and liberality. Then it became known as the School of Art, and has now its home in a building provided by the estate of the late Mr. Thomas Kelly. This estate is indefinitely described as large, and was bequeathed for the purpose of establishing an art school and gallery in Cleveland. It is said to be well known that the estate was so devised by Mr. Kelly in response to the expressed wishes of his wife. Another Cleveland woman, Mrs. H. B. Hurlbut, is not only carrying out but exceeding the wishes of her husband, who left to her the use of his estate during her lifetime, the principal to be subsequently devoted to the erection and endowment of an art gallery. Mrs. Herbert is devoting all of her large income, that is in excess of her actual needs, to increasing the collection of paintings left by her husband, and doing everything possible to pave the way for the erection of a great gallery, which will probably be united to the art school founded by Mrs. Kester and endowed by Mr. Kelly. In Baltimore, we find a flourishing art school which is under the direction of its chief promoter, Miss A.M. Hill. She has been unsparing in her efforts to make this school one worthy of its beautiful city, and has given it not only her own time, but thousands of dollars towards its support, besides collecting much from others. Concerning the donations of women to the Art Museum of Boston, Massachusetts, we have only been able to learn that something more than 1/5 of the cash donations and about 1/3 of the works of art that have been given have come from women. It is estimated that altogether the cash value of these gifts would amount to about $250,000. Further details are lacking. It required more than 20 letters to 18 different individuals and places to elicit this meager information concerning what women have done to promote art study in one of the oldest and cultured cities in our Union. We have already adverted to the work of Mrs. Sarah Peter in Philadelphia. We will now follow the same enthusiastic lover of the arts to Cincinnati, where in 1854 there was formed under her leadership an association of women for the purpose of founding and maintaining the Cincinnati Academy of Fine Arts. Comparatively few of the names of the many women who belonged to this association have been preserved. This is to be much regretted, for they appear to have been the first body of women in America to appreciate the art needs of the country, and to set about supplying those of their own city. During the first year they collected more than $9,000 for this purpose. The amount of zealous work which this implies can only be appreciated by those who have had a hand in fundraising for a purpose which does not appeal strongly to the popular mind, a similar sum in small subscriptions. Single donations of $100,000, when obtained at all, usually cost less effort on the part of the collector than half a dozen collections of $5 each. The sum of $9,221.45 raised by the Cincinnati women at this time is not included in the expense of a journey to Europe undertaken by Mrs. Peter at her own cost, expressly to make purchases for the infant gallery. In the first year of its existence, this association opened a temporary exhibition of paintings loaned by citizens. It was plainly beyond the reach of the women interested to develop in its full dimensions the institution they had in view, but they knew the value of example, the work of even a single seed in a fruitful soil. To give this band of Cincinnati women the credit which is their due, it must be borne in mind that it was not until 3 years later than this, in 1857, namely, that even in England the art of art applied to industrial pursuits crystallized under the fostering care of the Prince Consort into the grand institution known as the South Kensington Museum. Yet in one of the earliest appeals of the Cincinnati Academy of the Fine Arts, it is stated that a part of the plan of the gallery is the establishment of a school of design, wherein art may be taught as an occupation, and from which genius and skill may go forth with the means of obtaining honorable livelihood by the exercise of their accomplishments and taste. For their early grasp of this advanced idea, the women of America, and above all of Cincinnati, have already received much grateful recognition. They deserve still more. Yet, with all our admiration for this band of noble women, we would not forget that without the munificent aid of noble men, they would not have been able to carry their ideas into successful operation. Even in 1876, the work of the School of Design thus established had grown to such proportions that the amateur work in overglazed china painting exhibited at the Centennial Exposition by Cincinnati women attracted the attention of all interested in the industrial art progress of our country. It is true that this work was then sadly inferior to the professional work of the same kind exhibited by older nations. Now, and with what honest pride we can say it, the work of the Rockwood Company need not blush to find itself side by side with that of many old-world potteries of wide celebrity. It was after the close of the Centennial Exposition that the Cincinnati women resolved to dissolve the original association and start anew with the sole aim of advancing women's work. What the result of this and similar efforts elsewhere have will doubtless appear in another chapter of this book. The present chapter has only to do with the share borne by women in founding and endowing art institutions. In Cincinnati alone, this roll of honor includes nearly 300 names. In 1879, Miss Laughlin and Miss Maria Longworth Nichols paid for the building of an underglaze and of an overglaze kiln at one of Cincinnati's common potteries. From this beginning came the establishment by Mrs. Nichols during the next year, and afterwards maintaining it until it became self-supporting, of the now so justly celebrated Rockwood pottery. Considering the early history and achievements of this establishment, our readers must be referred to an article by the Cincinnati Art Association's indefatigable secretary, Mrs. Elizabeth W. Perry, which was printed in Harper's Magazine for May 1881. Since that time, however, its progress has been immense. The history of the last decade has been one of constant progression, and the Rockwood wares have become a subject of pride to every patriotic American. The men of our great West have ever been proverbially generous in their estimate of women and women's work. Hence, we are not surprised that a director of Chicago's promising Art Institute should write, "We owe some of our most valued possessions to women." Our collection of casts, second in extent in the United States, is the gift of Mrs. A. M. H. Ellis. The greater part of our reference library on fine art is the gift of the same generous woman. The Society of Decorative Art, wholly of women, is making for us a fine collection of textile fabrics and laces. Many of our smaller gifts in all lines are from women, while the only free scholarship in our art school is that founded by the Woman's Club of Chicago for the girl graduates of our high schools. Chicago's Art Institute is very young yet, but her women, as well as her men, are generous and public-spirited. Much is to be expected from them. And now, with saddened heart, we turn from progressive Chicago to what has been termed the least public-spirited city in our Union, our beautiful, yet almost artless capital. In Washington, there is no evidence of a general appreciation of art. Public buildings are imposing in design and magnificent in size and material, while statues of various degrees of merit and demerit abound in its charming plazas, but there are few paintings or sculptures worthy of preservation, and no art gallery save the Corcoran, which, fine as it is but a monument to the munificence of one man. In this building we find a room devoted to a fine miscellaneous collection of pictures, sculptures, and objects of art, bequeathed by the late Mrs. Ogle Taylor. We can but be grateful to her that she has not left the patronage of art in our nation's capital to be unrepresented by women. The chief pride of the Taylor collection is an original Stuart portrait of Washington, said to be the finest known. There is little doubt that many women have contributed nobly to found and endow art institutions, whose labors and donations have been merged into those of public-spirited men. If the names of many who deserve remembrance are here omitted, we can but express our sincere regret. To such women, one and all, known and unknown, the thanks of a grateful country are due. This is the end of section 48.
Section 49 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. Exposition Notes. Address at the dedicatory ceremonies, October 21, 1892, by Mrs. Potter Palmer, and Ode, Columbia's Banner, by Edna Dean Proctor. Address at the dedicatory ceremonies, October 21, 1892, by Mrs. Potter Palmer, President of the Board of Lady Managers, World's Columbian Commission. Mrs. Potter Palmer needs no introduction to the women of America. As President of the Board of Lady Managers of the World's Columbian Exposition, her efficient labors, executive ability, and constant courtesy have gained for her the admiration of all who have been so favored as to make either her personal or official acquaintance. It is very fitting that this exposition souvenir should include her felicitous address at the dedicatory ceremonies. Editor. Official representation for women, upon so important an occasion as the present, is unprecedented. It seems peculiarly appropriate that this honor should have been accorded our sex when celebrating the great deeds of Columbus, who, inspired though his visions may have been, yet required the aid of an Isabella to transform them into realities. The visible evidences of the progress made since the discovery of this great continent will be collected 6 months hence in these stately buildings now to be dedicated. The magnificent material exhibit, the import of which will presently be eloquently described by our orators, will not, however, so vividly represent the great advance of modern thought as does the fact that man's silent partner has been invited by the government to leave her retirement to assist in conducting a great national enterprise. The provision of the Act of Congress that the Board of Lady Managers appoint a jury of her peers to pass judgment upon woman's work adds to the significance of the innovation, for never before was it thought necessary to apply this fundamental principle of justice to our sex. Realizing the seriousness of the responsibilities devolving upon it, and inspired by a sense of the nobility of its mission, the Board has, from the time of its organization, attempted most thoroughly and most conscientiously to carry out the intentions of Congress. It has been able to broaden the scope of its work and extend its influence through the cooperation and assistance so generously furnished by the Columbian Commission and the Board of Directors of the Exposition. The latter took the initiative in making an appropriation for the Woman's Building, and in allowing the Board to call attention to the recent work of women in new fields by selecting from their own sex the architect, decorators, sculptors, and painters to create both the building and its adornments. Rivaling the generosity of the directors, the National Commission has honored the Board of Lady Managers by putting into its hands all of the interests of women in connection with the exposition, as well as the entire control of the Woman's Building. In order the more efficiently to perform the important functions assigned it, the Board hastened to secure necessary cooperation. At its request, women were made members of the World's Fair Boards of almost every state and territory of the Union. Inspired by this success at home, it had the courage to attempt to extend the benefits it had received to the women of other countries. It officially invited all foreign governments which had decided to participate in the exposition to appoint committees of women to cooperate with it. The active help given by the Department of State was invaluable in promoting this plan, the success of which has been notable, for we now have under the patronage of royalty, or the heads of government, committees composed of the most influential, intellectual, and practical women in France, England, Germany, Austria, Russia, Italy, Holland, Belgium, Sweden, Norway, Portugal, Japan, Siam, Algeria, Cape Colony, Ceylon, Brazil, the Argentine Republic, Cuba, Mexico, and Nicaragua. and although committees have not yet been announced, favorable responses have been received from Spain, Colombia, Ecuador, Venezuela, Panama, and the Sandwich Islands. No organization comparable to this has ever before existed among women. It is official, acting under government authority and sustained by government funds. It is so far-reaching that it encircles the globe. Without touching upon politics, suffrage, or other irrelevant issues, this unique organization of women for women will devote itself to the promotion of their industrial interests. It will address itself to the formation of a public sentiment which will favor women's industrial equality and her receiving just compensation for services rendered. It will try to secure for her work the consideration and respect which it deserves, and establish her importance as an economic factor. To this end, it will endeavor to obtain and install in these buildings exhibits showing the value of her contributions to the industries, science, and arts, as well as statistics giving the proportionate amount of her work in every country. Of all the changes that have resulted from the great ingenuity and inventiveness of the race, there is none that equals in importance to woman. The application of machinery to the performance of the never-ending tasks that have previously been hers, the removal from the household to the various factories where such work is now done, of spinning, carding, dyeing, knitting, the weaving of textile fabrics, sewing, the cutting and making of garments, and many other laborious occupations, has enabled her to lift her eyes from the drudgery that has oppressed her since prehistoric days. The result is that women as a sex have been liberated. They now have time to think, to be educated, to plan, and pursue careers of their own choosing. Consider the value to the race of one half of its members being enabled to throw aside the intolerable bondage of ignorance that has always weighed them down. See the innumerable technical, professional, and art schools, academies, and colleges that have been suddenly called to an existence by the unwanted demand. It is only about 100 years since girls were first permitted to attend the free schools of Boston. They were then allowed to take the places of boys for whom the schools were instituted during the season when the latter were helping to gather in the harvest. It is not strange that woman is drinking deeply of the long-denied fountain of knowledge. She had been told, until she almost believed it, by her physician, that she was of too delicate and nervous an organization to endure the application and mental strain of the schoolroom; by the scientists, that the quality of the gray matter of her brain would not enable her to grasp the exact sciences, and that its peculiar convolutions made it impossible for her to follow a logical proposition from premise to conclusion; by her anxious parents, that there was nothing that a man so abominated as a learned woman, nothing so unlovely as the bluestocking, and yet she comes, smiling from her curriculum, with her honors fresh upon her, healthy and wise, forcing us to acknowledge that she is more than ever attractive, companionable, and useful. What is to be done with this strong, self-poised creature of glowing imagination and high ideals, who evidently intends, as a natural and inherent right, to pursue her self-development in her chosen line of work? Is the world ready to give her industrial and intellectual independence, and to open all doors before her? The human race is not so rich in talent, genius, and useful curative energy that it can afford to allow any considerable proportion of these valuable attributes to be wasted or unproductive, even though they may be possessed by women. The sex, which numbers more than one half the population of the world, is forced to enter the keen competition of life with many disadvantages, both real and fictitious. Are the legitimate compensation and honors that should come as the result of ability and merit to be denied on the untenable ground of sex aristocracy? We are told by scientists that the educated eye and ear of today are capable of detecting subtle harmonies and delicate gradations of sound and color that were imperceptible to our ancestors; that artists and musicians will consequently never reach the last possible combination of tones, or of tints, because their fields will widen before them, disclosing constantly new beauties and attractions. We cannot doubt that human intelligence will gain as much by development, that it will vibrate with new power because of the uplifting of one half of its members, and of that half which is perhaps conceded to be the more moral, sympathetic, and imaginative, from darkness into light. As a result of the freedom and training now granted them, we may confidently await, not a renaissance, but the first blooming of the perfect flower of womanhood. After centuries of careful pruning into conventional shapes to meet the requirements of an artificial standard, the shears and props have been thrown away. We shall learn by watching the beauty and the vigor of the natural growth in the open air and sunshine how artificial and false was the ideal we had previously cherished. Our efforts to frustrate nature will seem grotesque, for she may always be trusted to preserve her types. Our utmost hope is that woman may become a more congenial companion and fit partner for her illustrious mate, whose destiny she has shared during the centuries. We are proud that the statesmen of our own great country have been first to see beneath the surface and to understand that the old order of things has passed away and that new methods must be inaugurated. We wish to express our thanks to the Congress of the United States for having made this great step forward, and also for having subsequently approved and endorsed the plans of the Board of Lady Managers, as was manifested by their liberal appropriation for carrying them out. We most heartily appreciate the assistance given us by the President of the United States, the Department of State, and our foreign ministers. We hope to have occasion to thank all of the other great departments of the government before we finish our work. Even more important than the discovery of Columbus, which we are gathered together to celebrate, is the fact that the general government has just discovered woman. It has sent out a flashlight from its heights, so inaccessible to us, which we shall answer by a return signal when the exposition is opened. What will be its next message to us? Columbia's Banner, Ode for Columbus Day by Edna Dean Proctor. God helping me, cried Columbus, though fair or foul the breeze, I will sail and sail till I find the land beyond the western seas. So an eagle might leave its eyrie, bent though the blue should bar, to fold its wings on the loftiest peak of an undiscovered star. And into the vast and void abyss he followed the setting sun, nor gulfs nor gales could fright his sails till the wondrous quest was done. But oh, the weary vigils, the murmuring, torturing days, till the Pinta's gun and the shout of land set the black night ablaze, till the shore lay fair as paradise in morning's balm and gold, and a world was won from the conquered deep, and the tale of the ages told. Uplift the starry banner, the best age is begun. We are the heirs of the mariners whose voyage that morn was done. Measureless lands Columbus gave, and rivers through zones that roll, but his rarest, noblest bounty was a new world for the soul. For he sailed from the past with its stifling walls to the future's open sky, and the ghosts of gloom and fear were laid as the breath of heaven went by, and the pedant's pride and the lordling's scorn were lost in that vital air, as fogs are lost when sun and wind sweep ocean blue and bare, and freedom and larger knowledge dawned clear, the sky to span, the birthright not of priest or king, but of every child of man. Uplift the new world's banner to greet the exultant sun. Let its rosy gleams still follow his beams as swift to west they run, till the wide air rings with shout and hymn to welcome it shining high, and our eagle from lone Katahdin to Shasta's snow can fly, in the light of its stars as fold on fold is flung to the autumn sky. Uplift it, youths and maidens, with songs and loving cheers, through triumphs, raptures it has waved, through agonies and tears. Columbia looks from sea to sea, and thrills with joy to know her myriad sons as one would leap to shield it from a foe. and you who soon will be the state, and shape each great decree, O vow to live and die for it, if glorious death must be. The brave of all the centuries gone, this starry flag hath wrought. In dungeons dim, on gory fields, its light and peace were bought. And you who front the future, whose days our dreams fulfill, on liberty's immortal height, oh, plant it firmer still. For it floats for broadest learning, for the soul's supreme release, for law disdaining license, for righteousness and peace, for valor born of justice, and its amplest scope and plan makes a queen of every woman, a king of every man. While forever, like Columbus, o'er truth's unfathomed main, it pilots to the hidden isles a grander realm to gain. Ah, what a mighty trust is ours, the noblest ever sung, to keep this banner spotless, its kindred stars among. Our fleets may throng the oceans, our forts the headlands crown, our mines their treasures lavish for mint and mart and town. Rich fields and flocks and busy looms bring plenty far and wide, and statelier temples deck the land than Rome's or Athens' pride. And science dares the mysteries of earth and wave and sky, till none with us in splendor and strength and skill can vie. Yet should we reckon liberty and manhood less than these, and slight the right of the humblest between our circling seas? Should we be false to our sacred past, our fathers' God forgetting? This banner would lose its luster, our sun be nigh his setting. But the dawn will sooner forget the east, the tides their ebb and flow, than you forget our radiant flag and its matchless gifts forego. Nay, you will keep it high advanced with ever brightening sway, the banner whose light betokens the Lord's diviner day, leading the nations gloriously in freedom's holy way. No cloud on the field of azure, no stain on the rosy bars. God bless you, youths and maidens, as you guard the stripes and stars. End of section 49. Section 50 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. What America Owes to Women. Edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. The Board of Lady Managers and the Woman's Branch of the World's Congress Auxiliary. The purposes of the Board of Lady Managers of the World's Columbian Commission. The Board of Lady Managers of the World's Columbian Commission, having been created and authorized by the concurrent action of Congress and the Columbian Commission to take entire charge of the interests of women at the coming exposition, desires to develop to the fullest extent the grand possibilities which have been placed within its reach. The Board wishes to mark the first participation of women in an important national enterprise by preparing an object lesson to show their progress made in every country of the world during the century in which educational and other privileges have been granted them, and to show the increased usefulness that has resulted from the enlargement of their opportunities. It is of the first importance that such a representative collection be secured from every country as will give an adequate idea of the extent and value of what is being done by women in the arts, sciences, and industries. We shall thus aim to show to the breadwinners who are fighting unaided the battle of life the new avenues of employment that are constantly being opened to women, and in which of these their work will be of the most distinct value by reason of their natural adaptability, sensitive and artistic temperaments, and individual tastes. What education will best enable them to enjoy the wider opportunities awaiting them and make their work of the greatest worth, not only to themselves, but to the world. The Board of Lady Managers, therefore, invites the women of all countries to participate in this great exhibit of woman's work, to the end that it may be made not only national, but universal, and that all may profit by a free comparison of methods, agencies, and results. The Board has decided that in the general exposition buildings where the competitive exhibits will be placed, It will not separate the exhibit of women's work from that of men, for the reason that as women are working side by side with men in all the factories of the world, it would be practically impossible, in most cases, to divide the finished result of their combined work, nor would women be satisfied with prizes unless they were awarded without distinction as to sex, and as the result of fair competition with the best work shown. They are striving for excellence and desire recognition only for demonstrated merit. In order, however, that the enormous amount of work being done by women may be appreciated, a tabulated statement will be procured and shown with every exhibit, stating the proportion of woman's work that enters into it. The Board of Lady Managers has been granted by Act of Congress the great and unusual privilege of appointing members of each jury to award prizes for articles into which woman's work enters. The number of women on each jury will be proportioned to the amount of work done by women in the corresponding department of classification. The statement as to the amount of their work will therefore be of double significance, for in addition to the impressive showing of how large a proportion of the heavy work of the world is being performed by the weaker sex, it will also determine the amount of jury representation to which the board is entitled. Besides the foregoing extensive exhibit, women will have another opportunity of displaying work of superior excellence in a very advantageous way in the Woman's Building, over which the Board of Lady Managers will exercise complete control. In its central gallery it is intended to have grouped the most brilliant achievements of women from every country and in every line of work. Exhibits here will be admitted only by invitation, which will be considered the equivalent of a prize. No sentimental sympathy for women will cause the admission of second-rate objects, for the highest standard of excellence is to be here strictly maintained. Commissions of women organized in all countries as auxiliaries to the Board of Lady Managers will be asked to recommend objects of special excellence produced by women, and producers of such successful work will be invited to place specimens in the gallery of the Woman's Building. In order to disprove the frequently made statement that women do not possess creative minds, it is desired that we show, what archaeologists concede to be true, that the industrial arts among all primitive peoples were almost exclusively invented and carried on by women. They originated the art of cooking and the preparation of food, including the grinding of grain and the making of bread, the curing of skins and furs and the shaping of them into garments, the invention and use of needles, and the twisting of various fibers into threads for sewing and knitting, the weaving of textile fabrics, the use of vegetable dyes, the art of basket making, the modeling of clay into jars and vases for domestic use, and also their ornamentation and decoration. When these arts became profitable, they were appropriated by men. It is desirable, therefore, that we show the chronological history of the origin, development, and progress of the industries carried on by women from the earliest time down to the present day. Not only has woman become an immense, although generally unrecognized factor in the industrial world, but hers being essentially the arts of peace and progress, her best work is shown in the numberless charitable, reformatory, educational, and other beneficent institutions which she has had the courage and the ideality to establish for the alleviation of suffering, for the correction of many forms of social injustice and neglect, and for the reformation of long established wrongs. These institutions exert a strong and steady influence for good, an influence which tends to decrease vice, to make useful citizens of the helpless or depraved, to elevate the standard of morality, and to increase the sum of human happiness, thus most effectively supplementing the best efforts and furthering the highest aims of all government. All organizations of women must be impressed with the necessity of making an effective showing of the noble work which each is carrying on. We especially desire to have represented, in the rooms reserved for that purpose, the educational work originated or carried on by women, from the kindergarten organization up to the highest branches of education, including all schools of applied science and art, such as training schools for nurses, manual training, industrial art and cooking schools, domestic economy, sanitation, etc. When not practically exhibited, the work of all such organizations will be shown by maps, charts, photographs, relief models, etc. But it is earnestly hoped that one at least, the most representative institution in each of these branches, will be shown from every country, in order that a comparison may be made of methods and results. Not matter, but mind. The Women's Branch of the World's Congress Auxiliary. Mrs. Potter Palmer, President. Mrs. Charles Henrotin, Vice President. Note: mixed committees are not appointed, but committees of women are appointed to take action on appropriate subjects. The following are the committees of the Woman's Branch of the Auxiliary, with the chairman. The Women's General Committee on World's Congresses, Mrs. Potter Palmer, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Art, Miss Sarah H. Hallowell, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Education, Mrs. Henry M. Wilmarth, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Manual and Art Education, Miss Josephine C. Locke, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Kindergarten Education, Mrs. E. W. Blatchford, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Higher Education, Mrs. Harriet C. Brainard, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Government and Law Reform, Mrs. Myra Bradwell, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Literature, Mrs. Charles Henrotin, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Labor, Mrs. J. D. Harvey, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on General Medicine and Surgery, Dr. Sarah Hackett Stevenson, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Homeopathic Medicine and Surgery, Dr. Julia Whome Smith, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Public Health, Dr. Sarah H. Brayton, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Dentistry, Dr. H. F. Lawrence, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Pharmacy, Dr. Ida H. Roby, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Medical Jurisprudence, Dr. Harriet C. B. Alexander, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Moral and Social Reform, Mrs. J. M. Flower, Chairman. The Women's World Congress Committee on Music, Mrs. George B. Carpenter, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on the Daily Press, Miss Mary H. Kraut, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Religion, Reverend Augusta J. Chapin, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Christian Missions, Mrs. Franklin W. Fisk, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Science and Philosophy, Mrs. Caroline K. Sherman, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Indian Ethnology, Miss Emma C. Sickles, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Temperance, Miss Frances E. Willard, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Municipal Order, Mrs. Henry Wade Rogers, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Household Economics, Mrs. John Wilkinson, Chairman. The Women's World's Congress Committee on Reception, Mrs. George L. Dunlap, Chairman. The Women's General Committee on World's Congresses, Mrs. Potter Palmer, Chairman. Mrs. Charles Henrotin, Vice Chairman. Ms. Frances E. Willard, Dr. Sarah Hackett Stevenson, Mrs. John C. Coonley, Mrs. Henry M. Wilmarth, Mrs. A. L. Chetlain, Mrs. Myra Bradwell, Mrs. J. M. Flower, Mrs. O. W. Potter, Mrs. R. Hall McCormick, Mrs. Wirt Dexter, Mrs. Leander Stone, Miss Nina Gray Lunt, Miss N. Halstad, Secretary of the Committee. End of section 50. Section 51 of What America Owes to Women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer. The Woman's Building. The Woman's Building is situated near one of the principal entrances to the Exposition grounds, and on one side of the grand quadrangle around which the main buildings are placed. It commands from its balconies and roof garden a superb view of the exposition grounds, buildings, and the lake beyond. The building is 400 feet long and 200 feet wide, and was constructed for the Board of Lady Managers by the directors at a cost of $200,000. It is intended that this building and all its contents shall be the inspiration of woman's genius, and that in it shall be provided all conveniences and comforts for women during the time of the exposition. The design was selected from a number of competitive sketches submitted by women architects. It has both land and water entrances, and from the vestibule at each of these entrances one enters the main gallery, which occupies the center of the building, opening to the great skylight in the roof and surrounded by a colonnade on the second floor. This gallery will be devoted to showing the most distinguished work that has been created by women. Distinct impetus has already been given to woman's work in various directions by the helpful policy pursued by the Board. Their work as architects has already been much commented on, and will have superb illustration at the time of the fair. A woman was employed to model their caryatides supporting the roof garden, and competition has been invited among women for the statuary above the roof line, and the relief compositions in the main pediments of the building. Several large surfaces adapted to mural painting have been entrusted to such women as have sufficient experience to warrant their being entrusted with so important a task. They will furnish most of the interior structural decorations. There has been an opportunity given to those desiring it to incorporate intended exhibits in the construction of the building in a manner both practical and artistic, such for instance as carved wainscoting and balustrades for the staircases, opened carved screens, ornamental iron and brass work, hardware, decorative tapestries and panels, etc. The woman's building contains ample social headquarters, parlors, balconies, and roof gardens, reading, writing, and committee rooms, a great Congress hall in which organizations and clubs of women may meet for the interchange of ideas and hear addresses by distinguished visitors, headquarters for the press women, etc. These, with many other features of interest, are offered freely to all women. One room is reserved for a library of books by women, and another for the records and statistics of such employments in which women are engaged as cannot well be exhibited. There is also a model hospital with women physicians and trained nurses in attendance, and adjoining it a department of public comfort for the care of women and children overcome by fatigue or sudden illness. The systems of the various training schools for nurses is shown in the model hospital, which will be conducted by these training schools, each in turn. Lectures will also be given and demonstration of the various details of the care of a sick room, etc. The kindergarten room is assigned to the various associations which may desire to show their work, the time being divided equally among them. There is a model kitchen with perfect sanitary appliances and ventilation, all modern conveniences and labor-saving devices. In this kitchen, demonstration lessons in cooking will be given by various associations. The bills of fare will be put in the hands of scientists and their cost, nutriment, etc., thoroughly discussed. For the benefit of artisans and designers, there has been secured a loan collection of old lace, embroideries, fans, jewels, silver, etc. The Children's Building. The plan and scope of the Children's Building, which at its inception was but vaguely outlined, has crystallized into definite form. The Children's Building is intended to be primarily an educational exhibit. As the Transportation Building exhibits all the marvelous improvements in methods of transportation, from the cumbrous cart drawn by oxen to the palace car equipped with every luxury and convenience the genius of man can devise, so the Children's Building aims to exhibit the most improved methods adopted in the light of the 19th century for the rearing and education of children. It is intended that the exhibition shall be as complete as possible, commencing with the infant at its earliest and most helpless stage. This department will be in charge of Miss Maria M. Love of Buffalo, a member of the Board of Woman Managers of New York. Miss Love will carry on a model creche. A large, light, and airy room will be devoted to the creche. In this will be demonstrated the most healthful, comfortable, and rational system of dressing and caring for young children. Short lectures will be given upon their food, clothing, and sleeping arrangements, and in connection with the creche will be an exhibition of infants' clothing of all nations and times, their cradles, and other furniture. As the child grows and its mental faculties develop, the kindergarten succeeds the creche. In the gracious atmosphere of its intelligent training, the child nature expands and develops symmetrically. This department of child life will be demonstrated in the most complete manner by the International Kindergarten Association. The kindergarten under their management will be fitted up in the most attractive manner. All the latest apparatus necessary to the best exposition of the work will be provided by the association. Little children, developing daily their intellectual and moral faculties unconsciously by means of most fascinating entertainments, will be an object lesson of great practical value to the mothers and others having the care of children. Closely allied to the kindergarten is the kitchen garden. Miss Emily Huntington of New York, the founder of this system of education, will conduct a kitchen garden, where classes of little folks will be taught the useful arts of homekeeping in so interesting and delightful a manner will sweeping, dusting, bed making, and cooking be taught, that what might otherwise be an irksome task to children becomes a most delightful recreation. For older children, there will be a sloge, supported by Mrs. Quincy Shaw and conducted by Miss Pingree, both well-known workers in the Charities of Boston. Here will be an exhibit of wood carving. Physical development will be ably illustrated by Charles Berry, President, World's Fair Commission, North American, Turner Bund. His interesting classes will inspire many a lad to seek after that physical perfection that was the pride of the Greeks and Romans. Mrs. Clara Doty Bates, chairman of the Committee of Literature for Children of the Congress Auxiliary, has charge of the library and will fit it up tastefully, providing a full supply of children's literature. A large number of portraits of the most eminent authors of children's books will adorn the walls. Here will be found the books of all lands and in all languages, their newspapers, periodicals, etc. A request sent out by the Board of Lady Managers to foreign countries asking contributions of children's literature met with a prompt response. Pennsylvania will equip and maintain a department in the Children's Building, showing the wonderful progress that has been made in teaching very young deaf-mutes to speak. Miss Mary Garrett, Secretary of the Home for Teaching Deaf-Mutes to Speak, will be in charge of this department. Daily demonstrations will be given. There will be conducted a Department of Public Comfort in connection with the Children's Building, intended especially for the benefit of children. Infants and small children will be received and placed in the care of competent nurses who will provide for all their wants while their mothers are visiting the various departments of the exposition. For the amusement of visiting children, there will be a large playground on the roof. This will be enclosed with a strong wire netting so the children will be perfectly safe. The playground will be very attractive, ornamented with vines and flowers. Within the enclosure, butterflies and birds will flit about unconfined. Here, under cover, will be exhibited toys of all nations, from the rude playthings of Eskimo children to the wonderful toys which at once instruct and amuse. These toys will be used to entertain the children. This department will be maintained by the Illinois Woman's Exposition Board. The building will have an assembly room containing rows of little chairs and a platform from which stereopticon lectures will be given to the older boys and girls about foreign countries, their languages, manners, and customs, and important facts connected with their history. These talks will be given by kindergartners, who will then take the groups of children to see the exhibits from the countries about which they have just heard. Mr. T. H. McAllister of New York has generously donated the use of the most approved stereopticon for this purpose, and the services of an operator of the same for the entire exposition. This audience room will also be available for musical, dramatic, and literary entertainments, which will be carefully planned to suit the intelligence of children of varying ages. Exhibits by women. The Centennial Exposition in Philadelphia and the Cotton Centennial in New Orleans were greatly aided by the participation of able committees of women, which created what they termed the Woman's Department, wherein was installed a collective exhibit of all the interesting and meritorious work by women that could be brought together. This Woman's Department proved so useful and attractive that the cooperation of women in exposition work was recognized as a valuable addition, and in consequence the original act of Congress providing for the celebration of the quadrocentennial created an official organization known as the Board of Lady Managers. When this board first assembled to organize its work for Columbian Exposition, it was found that, though the previous work had been most effective, the impelling law of progress demanded a different plan of action for the coming exposition. Established precedent had to be thrown aside and new methods of usefulness created. This proved to be necessary because of the strong sentiment among those most interested against taking the exhibits of women from the general buildings and placing them apart in a woman's department. Women who were doing the most creditable work in the arts and industries strenuously opposed such a separation, and insisted that their exhibits should be so placed as to compete with the best and most successful productions in all departments of classified exhibits without regard to sex distinction. As in some classes of work, women are not credited with having arrived at a degree of excellence equal to that of men. A competition among women only would result in the award of premiums to articles which would not necessarily have been successful if entered in a general competition. In an international competitive exhibition, the object is to honor the highest grade of work only, and thereby give it an international reputation and added commercial value. This intention might, therefore, be entirely defeated in case of a competition restricted to women only. It was thus found that not only would the best of women's work be withheld from a woman's department, but the loss in amount would be equally disastrous. A moment's consideration of the facts shows that a vast proportion of the labor of the world is performed by men and women in conjunction, whose work is consequently indistinguishably blended in the finished product. We could not, if we would, separate the warp from the woof of the fabric over which men and women have toiled side by side. To exhibit what women accomplish alone would result in so meager and unjust a representation of their usefulness as to do them great discredit. The first important decision, therefore, of the Board of Lady Managers was against having a woman's department to contain a separate exhibit of the work of women. This board, having been created by the general government and given by Congress, the National Commission, and the Directory unusual powers and duties, felt impelled, because of these enlarged opportunities, to undertake a plan of work correspondingly broad. By the various enactments of these bodies, the lady managers were made coordinate officers with the Commission in every department of the exposition. To the board, all applications by women are made for space for exhibits, buildings, etc. They were given the appointment of members of the jury of awards and, in general, entire charge of the interests of women in connection with the exposition, as well as the absolute control of the woman's building. It was decided, in view of the powers conferred upon it, that the main functions of the board should be: first, to secure, after careful investigation and by solicitation when necessary, the adequate and complete presentation in the general exposition buildings of all the creditable work being done by women in every line of industrial, scientific, and artistic work. Second, to secure statistics and all interesting data connected with their exhibition in the various departments, to the end that a comprehensive idea may be given of the large proportion of the heavy work of the world which is being performed by the weaker sex, together with an approximate idea of its variety, excellence, and commercial value. Third, to interest itself in all applications from women and from manufacturers representing women's work, and to see that they are accepted whenever possible. Fourth, to see that women's exhibits are assigned satisfactory locations in the different departments. Fifth, to appoint the proportion of jurors to which the board is entitled in every department in which women are contributors, in order that an intelligent and discriminating jury service may be secured. Sixth, to forward in every way possible the interests of women in the exposition. One of the cherished ideals of the board is to remove the present erroneous and injurious impression that women are doing little skilled labor, or little steady and valuable work, and that they consequently are not to be taken seriously into consideration when dealing with industrial problems, that they never learn to do anything thoroughly well, and that therefore the small compensation given them is a just and proper equivalent for their services, because it has no abstract commercial value. An effort will be made to demonstrate that their labor is a fixed and permanent element and an important factor in the industrial world, and must be carefully studied in its relations to the general whole. Upon a strong presentation of the facts, it is hoped that a healthy public sentiment may be created which will condemn the disproportionate wages paid men and women for equal services. The board particularly wishes to call attention to the necessity of providing technical training to fit women to occupy superior positions, and to elevate them above the plane of drudgery which they still occupy in many industries. Special interest will be felt in all technical schools in which designing, pattern making, and applied art are taught, as well as those which look to better and more economical methods in housekeeping, cooking, sanitation, and all that tends to increase the comfort and attractiveness of even the simplest homes. In order that the range of exhibits may be as varied, interesting, and significant as desired, it was essential that all women and associations of women should actively cooperate with and assist the board, and they have been cordially invited to do so. Women engaged in unusual and interesting lines of work have been induced to exhibit, and manufacturers employing large numbers of women have been urged to send a special exhibit which will show at their best the women employed by them. Foreign committees cooperating with the board have sent to their royal commissions, accompanied by strong endorsements, such applications from women as they wish to have included in the general exhibit. This includes a representation of all the creditable work done in every line by the women of their country. The Board of Lady Managers feels that it will accomplish its most useful work for all women by preparing such a fine exhibit for the general buildings, as will show the amount and value of the work of women in the various industries. What, then, may be asked, is the use of the Woman's Building, since the Board of Lady Managers has such powers and responsibilities in the main exposition buildings, in which a complete exhibit of all work done by women is to be placed. Having been given this beautiful building, the board resolved that it should be used to emphasize the great and hitherto unacknowledged services rendered by women to the arts, sciences, and industries of the world during past centuries as well as the present. It is the intention to make in the Woman's Building an exhibit which will clear away existing misconceptions as to the originality and inventiveness of women, and to demonstrate that while they have been largely occupied as homemakers and not trained or educated for industrial or artistic pursuits, yet the adaptability and talent of many have been so pronounced as to enable them to surmount the artificial barriers and limitations which have hemmed them in. Their achievements in many departments have been so marked as to have influenced their own and succeeding eras. The footsteps of women are traced from prehistoric times to the present, and their intimate connection shown with all that has tended to promote the development of the race, even though they have worked under the most disadvantageous conditions. It is here shown that women, among all the primitive peoples, were the originators of most of the industrial arts, and that it was not until these became lucrative that they were appropriated by men and women pushed aside. While man, the protector, was engaged in fighting or the chase, woman constructed the rude semblance of a home. She dressed and cooked the game, and later ground the grain between the stones and prepared it for bread. She cured and dressed the skins of animals, and fashioned them awkwardly into garments. Impelled by the necessity for its use, she invented the needle and twisted the fibers of plants into thread. She invented the shuttle and used it in weaving textile fabrics, in which were often mingled feathers, wool, and down, which contributed both to the beauty and warmth of the fabric. She was the first potter, and molded clay into jars and other utensils for domestic purposes, drying them in the sun. She originated basket making and invented such an infinite variety of beautiful forms and decorations as to put to shame modern products. She learned to ornament these articles of primitive construction by weaving in feathers of birds, by a very skillful embroidery of porcupine quills and vegetable fibers, and by the use of vegetable dyes. Special attention will be called to these early inventions of women by means of an ethnological display in the Woman's Building, which will supplement the race exhibit made in the Department of Ethnology. The influence, during classic and medieval times, of the noted poets, philosophers, artists, and musicians of our sex, such as Sappho and Hypatia, will be illustrated by their portraits, and by what remains to us of their illuminated manuscripts, miniatures, music, books of poetry, romance and history, etc. Textile fabrics, elaborate embroideries, drawn work, rare tapestries, and the various rare laces that have been produced in almost every country and era. An effort has been made to procure the originals or reproductions of the various objects which have had an influence on the times in which they were produced. For instance, the old Bayeux tapestry, made by Matilda of Flanders and her maidens, which is the best and most authentic history of the conquest of England by her husband, William the Conqueror, and is constantly referred to by every authority treating of the military science, arms, accoutrements, costumes, and the manners and customs of that day. An effort has been made also to procure reproductions of the statues made for the Strasbourg Cathedral by Sabina von Steinbach, daughter and assistant of the architect of the cathedral. To her is ascribed the change from the stiff medieval angles which then prevailed to the graceful flowing lines that followed. Also of the remarkable book prepared in the 12th century by the Abbess Herod, which contained a compendium of all the knowledge of that day, and was illustrated by illuminations, and which was undoubtedly the origin of the modern encyclopedia. The reproductions of the models in wax of the human anatomy, made by a young female student in the 15th century, which are contained in the Bologna Museum, and the records of the women who were professors in the Italian universities in the 15th century, together with innumerable similar notable objects from different countries, will prove of great interest. The Board has endeavored to secure illustrations of all such objects through its home and foreign committees, and valuable material has been brought to light, showing unusual and interesting work done by women in many unexpected fields. End of section 51. End of What America Owes to Women, edited by Lydia Hoyt Farmer.